So, Armando. Armando.
Yo, what's up, Rich? You hear me?
Hey, bro, what's up?
The mic is working?
Yeah, it's a little scratchy.
Oh, hold on, I got so many windows open because I'm inviting people. Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, that must be what it is. What's up, buddy? Come on in the room. Packy, buddy, come on in before the douchebags show up. We can have a conversation. Not too much is up. I'm just watching this vote on this healthcare thing come down to the wire. Just curious to see what's going to happen. Can't invite him. What the hell? Huh. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some coffee. You figure it out there, Armando. Get him in here. Get him going.
Hey, Richard, you there, man?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Hey, number one, man, wherever, do you have a built-in mic or an external mic? Hey, Richard.
External.
All right, hold on a minute. I got to,
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
let me mute my YouTube. Hold on. Da-da-da. Okay. Is it a external microphone?
Yes.
Okay, look, where your jack goes into your, or your plug goes into your jack, you got a bad connection there. I don't know if electronic cleaner or whatever, but man, for about a month, it's been bad.
Yeah. Work.
Right there, that's it.
Is that good?
Every time you move at all when you're talking, it's just.
Well, I just rotated it around in the socket there to hopefully make
that'll clean the dust off the jack and help, but probably. Hell, you got any WD-40?
I do.
Spray a little bit of WD-40 on the plug, not the jack, but
Right.
on the plug, and then stick it in and twist it around, and it'll all stop.
All right. Well, thank you. I'll do that.
But anyway, you were talking about the health care bill. I guess they're still working on it right now, right?
I guess. Yeah. They pretty much say they've done everything they can, and it's just up for a vote. And
Yeah,
just fucking vote. But they're trying to sway some last minute people, I suppose.
Yeah, well, the one thing that I'd like everybody to remember on the healthcare thing is, I think for the most part, most people agree that, Obamacare is dead for a number of different reasons. And there's 3 revisions to this healthcare repeal and replace. There's 3 steps. This is only the first step. But anyway, getting past the healthcare plan, we'll see what happens. I hope it gets well on its way. For a number of different reasons that affect my life. But anyway, and they're already trying to run a false narrative that, people, being as I'm only 29, people at my age are going to get affected the most of all. And that's not at all what's in the plan. But anyway, so you got this false narrative, as always, trying to be manifested, and how that's the best shit that I have seen, man. God, I'm going to say in my lifetime. But anyway, getting past the health care bill, I'll tell you one more thing that I just got to sit down a little while ago and watch a few reports and stuff. I'm pretty upset about the shit in Maryland where that 14-year-old girl got raped by the 2 illegals.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised,
Have you seen it?
I haven't.
Well, that's because on the other side, none of the medias are wanting to even report about it, but Fox did report about it. And anyway, so 2 illegal immigrants that are going to a school in Maryland have, okay, at this point I'll say allegations, but it doesn't make a fuck. They're not supposed to be here. The rape would have never happened if they had been deported. One of them's already been, in trouble with the law, and of course not deported. And now they've both gotten together and raped a damn 14-year-old girl in the bathroom at the school. So you got all these fucking.
So these are illegal aliens in a public school system?
Oh yeah, the illegals are in schools everywhere in the U.S., man. Where you been? Oh, I'm sorry, Tyler. That's right.
Well, I know, but I was just asking if that was the deal.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's that's what I'm sick and tired of watching all of these organizations all over the U.S. defending these fucking illegals and basically saying, fuck you, the American people. I'm sick of that shit. Yeah, there's more defense for the illegals than it is for the wrongdoing of the people that are here legal. That's what I'm saying. I'm really pissed about after I watched that shit. But anyway, man, the health care bill, I guess they're still voting on it as we speak. I know there was a press conference with Sean Spicer earlier, and of course, I guess the health care plan is still being worked actually as we speak.
What he said, I just watched that. What he basically said was that we've done everything we can do, and people are going to vote the way they want. And the media kept pressing them about, well, what if it fails? What if this? And he kept saying over and over and over, they're saying, well, what about the lessons? He says, let's wait for the fucking vote to happen before you say, that it failed, and before we look at lessons learned from it failing. And, basically what he said, they kept saying, well, why didn't the president wait? And his attitude is, we've done everything we're going to do, and it's time to vote. And if it fails, we're going to move on to the border wall, to immigration, to, he says, basically, he said, we have a lot of shit to do, and we're not waiting around for a month. So he basically said the same handful of people kept, revolving in and out of the office, asking the same questions that had been answered over and over. Basically, they're all acting like Ronan Canucci. And he said, we're just going to vote and get the fuck out of here. Stop asking the same stupid questions over and over. We've already answered them,
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. And the way I feel about it is, oh, wow, I could say so much. But anyway, let's see what happens on that. Let me jump way over on the other side of the tracks. Kind of hard. I will say this, man, as far as like LaSurge being on the panel and all of his rhetoric and bullshit, Ronan Canucci's been kicking in, man. Ronan's got totally opposite views from me, but I will say this, man. He has been kicking in, fighting LaSurge's corruption in the last couple.
Really?
Oh yeah, man. He's been nailing. Because LaSurge is so far out of whack, man. Somebody's got to. Even Ronan acknowledges how ridiculous.
Yeah, I just have to mute Lyser. I can't even listen to that crazy bullshit without, just wanting to leave or have to mute him or do some fucking.
Well, yeah, exactly. Ronan's been saying the same thing. In other words, basically, in a nutshell, always complaining with no solutions or answers.
Yeah, it's just too much, too often, too long.
Right.
Fuck, I've seen it in text for.
Well, I'm like you, Richard.
Ignorant ass shit for 2 months. I don't need to hear it now, too.
Yeah. I'm like you. I wake up in the morning and I go, I'm the stupid son of a bitch, not him, wasting my time even dealing with the shit. In other words.
Well, now Nunez said that he hasn't seen any documents that said Trump was wiretapped. So I'd be careful with that, Payne. Sean Spicer in the press conference they just had, agreed.
I'm going to be quiet about the wiretapping because I feel Trump did that for a totally different reason, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct. And I'm glad.
Well, I think in the end, what's going to happen is he and his staff have dealt with so many people that somebody somewhere was involved in some kind of wiretap. I mean, I think that's a reasonable assumption to make, because the net these days is spread so wide that somebody would have been caught in it.
Yeah. I have thoughts that I'm going to keep. In other words, I'm glad that he said and tweeted what he did about the wiretapping.
Mm-hmm.
I really am, because I'll put it to you like this, Richard. I've said it in here before and I'll say it again, and that way I don't have to be specific. When things are so far, I'll label this statement corruption. When things are so far, and that goes from media to corruption on the Hill, when things are so far out of whack to the left, I'm just one of those people that likes to cut through the shit and go all the way over way extreme right in order to get things back in the middle.
Right. Well, that's what you have to do,
And unfortunately, with the laws and everything that are in place, a lot of times that prevents you from going over to the extreme right to get the left back into the middle. And when I say right, left, that could be left, right.
So
right,
what do you think? I mean, I hate to even ask this because it was so boring to hear the media talk about it. But what do you think a defeat and then just blowing it off and moving on to the next thing does for the country? Not really for the president. I think it takes a little political capital away from the president.
You mean the healthcare bill?
Yeah, because basically what the president and Spicer and have said is if it fails, they're just going to move on. They're not fucking around with it anymore. This is it.
Well,
So what does that do to the border wall, to the, the border tax, to tax reform?
For me, you've already gone too far. Number one, that's not what exactly what I understood. He just keeps saying, let's wait until the votes are. And at the end of the day, you cannot make people do something.
No, he did say that in the last interview. Just a few minutes ago, he did say that. He said if the vote fails, because somebody asked the question, can you guarantee that you're never going to revisit repeal and replace again? He said, no, I'm not going to make any fatal judgments, but we're not messing around with it anytime soon. We're going to move on to, we have other things to worry about. So yeah, they're going to just if it fails, they're going to set it aside and move on to new things. They're not hammering it to death.
A response. That was simply a response to the way the question was asked. But here's my answer. My answer is they're not going to forget shit. I can tell you that right now. Just remember I said so.
So, but my question, do you think that it becomes more difficult? It's like if the coalition falls apart on the first kind of vote.
Well, we have to remember something, Richard. Do you remember? Okay, number one, they're trying to feed this through in all the right ways. That you remember how everybody said Obama just jammed, and so he just jammed Obamacare down everybody's throat and said you can read it after you pass it. Number two talking point: 8,000 fucking pages of shit nobody could even understand versus 124 pages of simple common sense of the first revision of
right. You're dancing around my question. My question is, if it fails, do you think it makes other shit more difficult to pass next time?
Okay, I'm not dancing, so let me back up. Number one, they are demonstrating. Number one, they're demonstrating how to properly feed things through Congress, which takes longer, and there's a lot of back and forth. Number two, which is supposed to be our real process anyway, so thank God for that. Now, number two, which has to do with the health. I mean, in other words, man, he could pull punches and do some shit like Obama did and get this shit passed. He's trying to feed things through the right processes as opposed to the way everybody feels about the way Obama did everything.
Not really. He's trying to get around the 60 vote rule in the Senate is what he's doing.
Well, let me ask you this then. Let's go way over to the other side. Do you like Obamacare?
I don't know. Frankly, I don't know anything about it.
Well, okay. I can tell you now, fuck that.
And no, I could care less about Obama. Frankly, I don't know why anyone would even need Obamacare. Why didn't, if they, I guess the one thing I don't like is you shouldn't be forcing people to buy shit they don't want to buy. Right. But it doesn't affect me. I don't care. It's not any kind of priority for me whatsoever. I really could give a shit. Well, I don't think there should be any government interference in healthcare whatsoever, except for people that are over 62 on Social Security.
Then you should love the new healthcare because it's bringing everything.
I do. I like it much better than Obamacare. Yes, I do.
Okay, and let me just say this: if you really knew all the categories of Obamacare and what it really does, okay, for me and
I know enough about it to know that it's just another government handout that causes higher taxes. So I don't like.
That's only one facet. That's only one facet. Let me give you the one that I'm really upset about, on top of all the other things I so highly disagree with Obamacare, all the way down to forcing people to fucking buy shit, which I can tell you right now, everybody I know that did not have insurance through their employer basically said, fuck it, just give me the penalty because I'm not going to buy it.
Right.
It's cheaper. Sure. It's cheaper to just pay the penalty instead of buy your fucking ridiculous plan that I don't need. And I have witnessed that one-on-one with my own life. Now,
that's what I would have done if I had needed it. I'm a veteran.
That's what I did for the last 2 years. That's what I did for the last 2 years. And I'll leave the rest alone. Now, do you know that one of the revisions that is in Obamacare totally supports and gives money to all illegals?
No, I didn't know that. No.
Well,
How does it do that? Just through the Medicaid expansion thing?
Yeah, well, through several categories. And
Right.
so it's got all the revisions in it to take I'll simply say it like this without getting into detail. It takes my fucking tax dollars and supports the illegals here and gives them my money.
Right. Sure.
And I do not fucking want that. I do not support it. And for that one goddamn thing alone, I would vote against it. That one fucking thing.
Yeah, I kind of think it's going to pass. I just think what we're dealing with is more fake news, trying to make it sound like it's not going to pass. And I think what I kind of think is that Paul Ryan and Trump are both playing into the fake news thing, because if they have the votes and they put it to a vote and it passes, they can say, see, the media did it again, told y'all how it was going to fail, and the media doesn't know shit, you know. So I kind of think it's going to pass anyway, but we'll see.
Well, it certainly appears to be an optimistic attempt.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I think, you know, it's really going to boil down to 2 or 3 votes, which is kind of unusual too.
Well, and once again, to reemphasize the importance of how the bill is being introduced, it's going through all the proper channels, as opposed to it getting rammed down our throats and saying, you just passed the shit and you can read the 8,000 pages that nobody understands after you sign and vote.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that quite so much. It went back and forth from the House to the Senate and back to the House to the Senate, and you know.
Yeah.
The difference,
anyway, the bad bill.
The difference here is the reconciliation process.
Right. Well, it's a failing. It's failing, and you know, it's like this, man. It is exploding. I don't think anybody can deny that, except for the few that are still wanting to ride a train with the free benefits that they get when they're able-bodied people. And there's other little categories too. What they don't want to talk about up there, and what I got kind of pissed about when I was watching it today, was why, and they would say, and they'd have these pictures of someone with breast cancer that's not going to get the same coverage now because, and so what are they going to do? They're
going to get new health care. So what? That's the thing that pisses me off. They say that 24 million people might lose their health care. Well, they can buy different health care. It's not as though no health care will exist for those people. It'll just be different.
Exactly. And not only are they lying about that part of it, but here's the real biggie. They don't even want to talk about, in case, it's also in this plan that in case something falls through the cracks, to make sure that they're still going to be covered, Trump's put $90 billion to the side just for that one thing. They won't even say it. They won't even say it. You know? So anyway, there you go.
The thing that I just find so interesting is that I kind of thought people would rally around the president more. I'm just surprised you got these sort of what I call Republican traitors that are trying to make a big deal out of nothing.
It really makes me mad. Well, you don't even want to get me talking about that. Okay. And I think that people tend to forget this because I've had to kind of keep myself in check. When people say Republican, remember, you need to get that WD-40, man.
Sorry, I kicked my speaker.
But every time you move, you know, until you put that WD-40 on that plug, it's going to do that. But anyway, let me just say this. Remember that Republicans, just because they're labeled Republican or Democrat for that matter, but just take Republican, remember all the different categories and what those Republicans, like you have these old, I want to say conservative Republicans. Then you have, I don't know how many different classes of Republicans are really up there. So just to even get forget the Democrats, just to even get those motherfuckers to all agree on something is almost fucking virtually impossible.
Right. Yeah, I think it's easier for Democrats.
You know?
Democrats seem to fall right in line. They're more sheeple-like than Republicans, I think.
Yeah. Hey, Shotgun Man, good to see you. I don't know if it was what you played, and I'm only saying this because I noticed it this morning when I went back on Mando's stream to listen to something because I couldn't remember what I had said to someone on there, and the damn thing is muted. All the audio on the entire stream has been muted. I don't know if that was from the little bit of music that was played. It said copyright infringement, so I just took for granted that that may have been what shut down the audio.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so if you go back, not the last stream, but the stream, I'm sorry, it might be the last stream. I think it's just this past stream.
Whenever I do that shit, I try to keep it under 30 seconds.
Yeah, evidently it's not 30 seconds because for whatever the reason was it. And I may not even be correct that that's what did it. Whatever did it.
I won't do it anymore.
No, I just thought I'd mention it. No, I'm not.
I hear you.
I just thought I'd mention it because, see, I have to be careful too. A lot of times I'll shoot some music and I have to always think, wait a minute. So the algorithms will not match up with my original material. It could have been that the algorithms fucked up. And when I played that CD test tape for DeMello, that might have done it. And the algorithms were just wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I find that hard to believe that they can differentiate between original music and published music.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know quite enough about that to elaborate. I just know the audio was completely muted on the entire stream from copyright.
Yeah, by the time that happened, I had already fucking crashed, and I left my mic on again. Hopefully,
hey, let me ask you this, Shotgun. Was that the same stream when Petra was in the bar?
No.
Yeah, that was a different stream. Okay.
This was last night.
The reason I asked that because they were playing, and I don't think the algorithms would match up to this either because they don't play it the same way at all. So therefore, the algorithms should not match up. It might
have been after. I think I only lasted until like 2:30.
Okay, but anyway, I just thought I'd mention that. I don't really know where it came from. I went back to listen to some stuff that I had said on there. That I was trying to remember what I said, and I went back and I said, damn, they fucking muted the entire audio on the damn stream.
Well, here's the deal. I don't give a fuck about the algorithms, but I do like our Mando, and I don't want to fucking put him in jeopardy.
Oh, yeah. I just thought I'd mention that because I always have to keep myself in check. It could have been me that did it. I'm not even sure. But anyway, but back to what you were saying, Richard. So I guess I've answered all that stuff on the healthcare.
Well, you didn't answer my first question, which is, if it fails, do you think it'll be more difficult to get the next thing going?
I don't know that I can. Okay. I don't know that I can answer that. I don't know if I'm knowledgeable enough to actually.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't think anybody knows. What some people say is most of the other stuff has more support. Everybody's for lower taxes, but healthcare is so nuanced that a lot of people are really saying it doesn't really matter. It's like, well, look, people, everybody's for lower taxes, so that should be easy, even if the healthcare fails. And other people are saying, well, you already have this fracture, so maybe it'll be more difficult than we think. It's nobody knows, that's for sure.
Well, I'll just say it like this. There's revisions in the 8,000 page, which is God almighty ridiculous, that people don't even understand what's in there and where their tax dollars are really going. On the other side of the fence, I'll just say this. Here's Trump's main statement and why this health care bill is being fed through Congress right now at this time. If we wait a year, the Democrats are going to be begging us to do something, as far as the Republicans, should I say, because it's exploding and everybody's complaining in what is it, 2/3? Is it 1/3 or 2/3 of all counties for all the different reasons? They're just, it's blowing up, and the premiums are going up, and you can't use it unless you're, you know, you can't even use the damn. And I've witnessed this one-on-one in my life with the shit. You can't even use it for all the things you need to use it for unless you get hit by a fucking truck. You can't even use the shit. So,
well, the thing is, the deductibles are so high that even if you do get hit by a truck, it doesn't do you any good anyway.
exactly.
Well, that's not necessarily so. If you have a pre-existing condition,
Well, now that's different.
and you know that if you went into the hospital and had to have stuff done for you, and the deductibles were so high, you could pay a premium to bring those deductibles down, just like in car insurance.
Well, now that's pre-existing conditions. We were on the category of if something in the moment happened.
So yeah, what the fuck if something happens? I got you.
Yeah. So, you know, here's all I'm saying. Trump's main statement was, it's not fair to the American people to wait. However, if we wait a year, they'll be begging us to do something about it. And that was the whole thing about going ahead and trying to, well, okay, and plus he ran his campaign on that, you know.
I like his strategy. His strategy is, hey, you guys have been Republicans have been griping about this for 8 years.
That's right.
Vote now or shut the fuck up. It's on you.
Yeah, 7.5 years to be exactly correct about that.
Right. But I mean, if they shoot it down, it's on you.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm gonna tell you right now, Shotgun, I've said it a million times, I'm not for either party. I hate both of the son of a bitches.
Oh, of course.
I'm just gonna say that the way the system is set up, you know, you have to run one or the other if you're gonna try to win the presidency, and everything. And those Republicans are, you know, there's still corruption, man, left and right. Okay.
Of course there is.
And I'm just mad that the so-called, I guess you could say, since Trump ran Republican, you could say that's my party or whatever, but I don't consider myself for either party because I hate what the Republicans have done up there for the longest time too. So, you know, I'm just sick of the bureaucratic red tape and all of the reasons why. In other words, here, let me bring everything up to date for the Democrats or the Republicans. I'm going to tell you the damn thing I'm most pissed about. All of these fights, in other words, I hear Schumer say shit like, we're going to fight everything he does, no matter what it is.
Right.
Well, think about what that's saying. So you think that the reason that you're up there is to impose yourself when things are trying to be fucking legislated, other than why you're supposed to be there for the American people and getting things passed?
Schumer has already said that he's going to filibuster Gorsuch's nomination. What the fuck?
They're going to fight everything that Trump does, whether it's red, blue, pink, white, good, bad, ugly, pretty. It doesn't. Now, what does that statement say? That statement says, we're going to do whatever we want. We don't care what's right for the country. We're going to fight. Just because we hate the son of a bitch, we're going to fight everything he tries to do. Right. What does that say? That's just shitting the American people and why they're supposed to be elected into office in order to negotiate things, but make it pass and get things rolling. Fuck the gridlock, you know? That's the way I see it all. Anyway, that's enough.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it wasn't so long ago that Tip O'Neill would cross the aisle and make negotiations. Now there's just nothing.
Well, they've already said, man, they're going to fight everything, every step of the way. It doesn't matter what he tries to do, what judges he recommends, what bills he. And here's the thing that pisses me off. Why are you going to fight everything he does when at least he's trying to feed it through the proper channels the right way, as opposed to the way Obama did it?
Well,
Well, I totally don't agree with that. This whole reconciliation process stuff is not the same as putting it to, it's really not the proper way. There is no proper way. There's just the way that somebody strategizes to do it. I think that's a huge exaggeration you're making, as though
All right. Well, let
this
me.
way is more proper than some other way.
Hey, Richard. So okay. Let me say it this way then. Uh, you gave me 124 pages that I can understand versus 8,000 pages that nobody can understand.
Well, that's a different. That's fine. Then say that. I'm just saying that proper means does it adhere to the rules? That's all. You can't say that one way, this way is more proper. It just either it adheres to the rules or it doesn't.
Well, okay. From what I understood from the process of Obamacare versus the way they're doing it now, that's the way I felt about it. Richard, let me tell you, man, while you're talking, your microphone mute and off mute keeps going on and off while you're talking. So you still have a bad connection. That's your jack.
Yeah, I don't know if I did. Maybe I was doing something. I don't know how the fuck that happened. Maybe, yeah, I noticed that too. I don't know. I must have done that somehow.
No, it's dust on your jack. So if you'll spray that WD-40 on there, it'll fix it.
All right.
But anyway, remember, don't spray it on the jack, Richard. Spray it on the plug that you're plugging in.
Right. I got it.
You don't want to spray that WD-40 down in your computer or phone or wherever it's going.
Yeah, computer.
But anyway, la 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 la. It's a great day in America, and welcome to Armando Vargas Live. So, what are you doing today, Shotgun? Shotgun, do it right now. Shotgun's gone to the refrigerator or the toilet, and Richard is searching for WD-40 for his microphone jack. Damn, what everybody do? Vacate? I know what Richard's doing. You there, Shotgun? Shotgun. Okay, Shotgun is in the toilet taking a, I guess. Mic out. Ronan K, are you coming on the panel? Mic out. Audio fap. Mic out. Shotgun. Okay, while Richard's looking for WD-40, Ronan K, pay me. Packy, full of. D-Beck, Ray of. Where is everybody? Ray, come on up, man. You hadn't been up in a while. Don't be scared. Come on up here, Ray. I hadn't talked to you in a while, man. Hey, pay me.
Happy Friday. Good afternoon. How you doing?
Happy Friday to you too. And we were just lightly talking about the health care. Of course, they're still voting on it up there, or the last that I saw anyway. And
Yeah, I just checked online. They're still doing the voting thing.
I don't know where Shotgun is, and Richard's looking for WD-40 to fix his microphone jack.
Why would he do that? You seriously telling
Every time.
You telling him
Every time he. Go ahead.
That does he have static on his line?
Oh, bad every time he
Oh, come on. You're a sound man. You know how to get rid of that. You gotta fudge the plug. You gotta take the plug, right? And you go in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out real quickly on that plug, and you release the static that's on the line.
That's the story of my life too. In and out, very
Yeah, but you do that to the plug and it release the static that's there.
Right. That works sometimes. Sometimes it gets actually, he must have lost his signal. He just dropped out. But anyway.
Either that or he doesn't want to talk to me.
No, he ought to be back. I think he's worried. He had a couple of signals.
I had told him in chat that I was going to come here specifically to bully him.
Oh, right.
And and I asked him, could you survive that? Or are you going to come and cry like a little girl who got her ponytail tugged in by the meanie? You know? Wah, wah, wah. So
there he is. He's back now. I think he's got a signal deal. Let's see what it is.
Welcome back, Richard.
Well, thank you. I wasn't really looking for WD-40. I don't know what the fuck happened, but I couldn't control my own account for a second there, so I just logged out and came back.
Oh.
You did spin the plug in the jack though, back and forth.
I'll get to it.
Well, no, you sound good right now. You sound good right now.
You sound good. Yeah. I was telling Buddy that a way to release the static that's in the line is by taking the plug and just quickly going in and out, and that will release the static that's there. Usually it works that way.
Well, I'm sure Buddy made some smart comment when he said that.
Absolutely, he did. He said that was the story of his life. Of course, I meant that, you know, as a musician and plugging things in, of course, that's the story of his life. That's the way I took it, right?
Ah, I see.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no ill will, pun intended on what
absolutely not. In and out brings no other thoughts but that. That's it.
I'm not even referring to quickly doing rabbits. I'm not even.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, in and out. Oh, Buddy, now I got it. Oh, wow. I'm so slow. I'm so sorry.
No.
Really? Buddy, in and out. You meant the in and out burger. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I got it now.
It's all well that ends well. Shotgun, are you still there now? Shotgun? Okay, you are still there. Okay. What'd you do? Go take a shit?
No, cigarette.
Oh, you slipped that on the old porch, eh?
Yeah.
I know, pay me, I know.
You're all worried about taking shakes to lose weight, but you won't stop the one thing that's killing you. The one thing that prevents you from your body working the way it's supposed to. The one thing that you're inhaling all these poisons into you. I mean, it's time for you to quit, Shotgun.
You are so right. Is it true that there's over 500 chemicals?
101 known to the state of California.
101
And
from
every inhale, that's the state of California who came out and said that. And of every inhale, because what happens is when all these cigarettes, we now know this is not just a tobacco plant, and this is not just plain. This stuff is sprayed with every chemical there is. And what happens is when they light up, when these chemicals light up, they turn into other chemicals. So
they
yeah,
turn into
everything
gases.
they
It
turn
turns
into
it
things.
from a solid to a gas.
There's
It turn-
nothing worse than a reformer.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And
I'm like less than a month away from celebrating my anniversary, so I'm coming down hard on you.
I know.
good for
I
you.
know. I appreciate that too.
Yeah,
And you know, it's all the way down to even in the days when we were still hanging tobacco in the barns and doing it on and rolling our own cigarettes.
hmm
If they spray that tobacco with chemicals to keep the bugs off the tobacco, then you still got chemicals in it.
And then they're also adding other chemicals to addict you. They're you know about that, right?
Yeah, I know.
There's other
Oh
stuff
yeah.
in there. So yeah.
Yeah, they teach at the I don't know, the drug clinic or whatever. I've heard a bunch of my musician buddies that were addicted to dope and shit. They
Mhm.
they tell me that they teach in the class that cigarettes are, I forgot how many times more addictive than even heroin in some ways.
Yeah.
So you know,
Hey, Peggy, when I got out of the Marine Corps back in 1990, I handed a pack of cigarettes to the waitress at a bar on New Year's Eve, and I didn't smoke again till 2011.
Wow.
So you can do it.
And that's when I ran my marathons, by the way.
There's the only way to run a marathon. You couldn't have run a marathon the way you're now.
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
You walk up a flight of stairs, you probably feel like you're dying, right?
No, I'm still a pretty healthy guy.
You could say that, but I've heard what you sound like when you cough. You sound like you're dying.
Uh,
So you're gonna tell me? I'm serious. I can hear it in your voice. I'm
Uh,
serious. You sound real good today, by the way. I don't know
Thank
what it was. Today you sound real, but usually you're. I'm serious. It's not kidding.
Baby, you're too much.
Yeah. Am I? Now I want you healthy. I want you healthy. I hear you. You want to lose weight. You want to do all this stuff, but you got to lose the
I've already
cigarettes.
lost 20 pounds in the last 3 months.
But you went about it doing it with shakes and stuff like that. What happens when you stop taking that shake? You're gonna gain that weight back.
No
That's
way.
good to get you started, but you gotta think about it without the shake. And also on a personal note, all those proteins inside your system is not good for you. Not at your age, shotgun. All that protein is gonna bind your intestines. So you're gonna have a hard time eliminating that out of your system. That's not good for you. I'm telling
Well,
you.
that's what beer's for.
Wow. Okay, so you're compromising your liver on top of your lungs and everything. Wow, you really are healthy, aren't you?
I'm pretty healthy. Yeah.
I'm a health nut, so I could tell you all about that.
I'm in my 60s, and I still kick ass with the younger kids.
No, I don't know about that, but yeah, aw, quit smoking.
I promise one of these days I absolutely will.
Basically you have to give up an addiction for another addiction. If you just quit and you want to, like I did, like white knuckle it. I did it. How did I do it? I told you how I did it, right? I went and bought a whole giant bag of candy. Like I'm serious, like 20 Swedish fish and gummy bears, anything that was chewable. And every time I wanted a cigarette, that's what I had. I gained 10 pounds. Seriously, 10 pounds on just pure eating garbage. It took me about a year to take those 10 pounds off, by the way. Once you get that sugar weight on you, it's so hard to get off.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's how I did it. That's it.
I admire you, Pammy. I one of these days I'll do it. I promise. But I mean, I have no excuses. I won't even try.
Yeah.
It's just a habit now. And you know what? I smoke more in the morning when I have coffee than I do in the evening.
You gotta change your habits around. You know.
I
I
understand
don't know.
that. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. I'm not stupid. I recognize in the morning when I have to cough off phlegm and all that sort of crap.
Oh God. You know what? You know what I was doing a year ago? I'm gonna tell you how disgusting and how addictive cigarettes are. That when I used to wake up in the morning, right? Instead of getting up to go pee, right? The first thing I would do was reach into my drawer and pull out a cigarette. I couldn't I couldn't even think about doing anything else. As soon as my eyes open was to grab that cigarette, you know.
Yeah.
And it was like 3 days into quitting that I woke up that morning and didn't find myself. Because I seriously, the next morning after quitting, I woke up half asleep, reaching into the drawer trying to find the cigarette. Oh shit, that's right, I quit yesterday. And then the third day I had to do it again. The fourth day I woke up without reaching into that drawer, and that's when I knew that whew, the worst part was over.
I bet you smoke Newports.
Yeah, Newport. I used to smoke on Benson and Hedges, but then I switched to Newports.
Yeah.
And then I found out I liked it, the Newports better because it was more menthol. You know, because they tell you first quit, you change your brand so you don't smoke as much cigarettes, you know?
Yeah.
Like, but I did a mistake. I should have gone to like a Marlboro or something, you know? If you smoke menthol, then you're supposed to go for a non-menthol. If you're a Marlboro smoker, then you start smoking the last pack you smoke is a menthol part, something you don't like. So you'll smoke because you got it, but you really don't like it, you know?
Yeah, I tried that. I've been a Camel smoker all my life. And then I tried these,
With no filter?
well, no.
Wow.
Every once in a while I had one with no filter, but they're fucking expensive. I mean, even down here in North Carolina, they're like $7.
How much is a pack of cigarette over there right now?
$4.50 a pack.
Wow. You know that here in the city, when I quit smoking, they were like $14, I think it is, for one pack. And we could get bootleg cigarettes like for $8, something like that. You know, look at that, $4, $8 bootleg.
Yeah. And when I go back up to New York State at the end of April, I'll go over to J&R Tobacco and buy maybe about 10 cartons.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're gonna sit down and figure out how much money you waste on cigarettes, right?
Yeah.
And at the end of the year, that's what I'm doing. I'm taking a wonderful vacation at the end in the end of April, and that's because of why the money I figured out that I saved from smoking. I'm gonna treat myself to that.
Well,
when I had the year.
I gave up hard booze back in 2011, so I'm saving some money.
Well, you saved your liver actually, and that's probably why you're still here. So we gotta save whatever's left of that liver, and stop the you gotta take quit smoking.
I hear you. I hear you.
I'm gonna nag you till you quit smoking.
Yeah. Okay. Please.
But the thing is that the more I talk about smoking right now, I remember because when people would talk to me about not smoking, the first thing I wanted was a cigarette. Is that happening to you right now?
Well, no. I mean.
Oh, then I failed. I'm supposed to stress you. Oh, okay. Nah, but you really gotta quit. If you can't do it cold turkey, there's other ways of doing it. Cold turkey is the best way. 3 days, you could do it.
Yeah, I'm down to like 3/4 of a pack per day. So,
Well, that's good. That's good. You can keep that up,
my old man used to smoke 3 packs of unfiltered Camels a day. 3 packs. Of course, he died from it.
Wow. There was a time too that the Indian reservation, Native American reservations were making tobacco and stuff like that, and they were doing theirs organically. But then they somehow I don't know what happened to the tax laws or something. You could no longer buy from cross states or something. What happened with that? Why was it? Why did they stop that?
I don't know. I know people who still go up to the reservation and buy.
No, if you go up there, but there was a time that online, all you had to do was just give them your driver's license and your ID of it, and they'll mail it to you. and you could order from them, and the cigarettes are weren't, you know, chemically treated and stuff like that. You know? But they said you can't do that no more. I never understood why. I guess because they couldn't tax them or something.
Yeah, probably. Because I know you can go up the reservation and buy like 100 pack of cigarettes for next to nothing.
Hmm.
But I've never found any cigarette, in my opinion, as tasty as Camel's.
You're addicted to the specific chemicals that it has.
I guess.
That's why people like their specific brands. Each brand they tweaked it a little bit. You understand?
Okay, Richard. So, any other things in discussion in the politicking world?
Well, I'm noticing that the market seems to think it's going to fail because it's just taking a slow grind down they're supposed to start voting in a half an hour, and the market is just going down, down, down slowly in the last hour.
How do you see the market short term versus long term though, with all the things that are being implemented?
Short term, if it doesn't pass, people are expecting it to go down maybe 1,000 points, which isn't really that much. But I kind of think differently. I think either it's going to pass, or the counter factual is going to happen, and nobody's really going to give a shit. You know, I don't really. You know, the pundits will tell you that let's say it failed at 2 p.m., that we'd have a huge market rout, which is why they're not going to get the vote done till after the market closes. But I disagree with that. I think people are already settled into the idea that it really isn't that big a deal. It's not going to affect whether Tesla makes better electric cars or not, or whether Google, you know, fixes their problems with their you know, this, that, or the other thing, or how many iPhones are sold in fucking Thailand. You know what I mean? So I think there's a whole bunch of pundits out there, you know, making up a whole bunch of nonsense about a market rout.
Exactly.
But it's certainly not gonna pop up. It's, you know, nothing really good is gonna happen. But I don't see anything terrible happening either.
So,
No, Richard, I always knew that 21,000 was an artificial high, but anything over 20,000 is damn good.
Well, it is, and you know, the thing I've said all the way along for this Trump rally is that the market always rallies into May, and then it always goes down. So this whole vote fail is more coincidental to the fact that the market always goes up during this time and then starts to go down about this time too. So you may have a little exaggeration in there because of Trump and because of this vote fail, but the same cyclical pattern of going into May and then May through the summer happens virtually every year. So the fact that it starts to go down about now or in a few weeks or whatever would be normal.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
It's what they call correction.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, normally we have, you know, this whole correction business has kind of stopped for the last 8 years. We haven't really seen normal correct. You used to have, you know, 4 or 5 corrections every year, and we just haven't seen that. So it's time.
But
anybody that gets scared out of the market because it drops 10% once every 8 years is out of their fucking mind. You know?
Exactly. And you know what? Wait till Trump tackles regulations and taxes. It'll just bounce right back up.
Sure, yeah. They do something decent. You know, one of the problems with not passing this health care is passing this health care frees up money for lowering taxes. And if they don't do this, then there'll just be a little less tax relief that people will be a little disappointed about. But you're right. If they lower the corporate rate, they lower the individual rate, the market's going to rally big time for sure.
Right.
So
and that doesn't even matter what level it's at. It could be at 22,000 when that happens, and it's still going to go up. You know,
so when
you're 19, whatever.
You know what my problem is? That I bought some stocks a long time ago at cheap rates, and now they're skyrocketing high, and I'm stuck with them until I die or retire, because the capital gains on those taxes on those stocks would offset any potential profit I'd make.
Right.
You know, you can will those or give those away to somebody at the cost that you paid for them, and they would pay the capital gains. That's kind of a trick rich people use. They'll give them to their children, and their children aren't in the 38% tax bracket. They're in the, they're in a much lower tax bracket. So if you give those to somebody, or if you will them to your children, they're likely pay a much lower tax rate than you're paying on the same.
That's the best scenario, is an inheritance tax instead of a fucking capital gains tax.
Well, they're still going to have, we're right, they might not pay any tax at all, because, unless you're giving them more than $1 million. But even so, even without the inheritance tax, they pay the capital gains at their tax rate, not your tax rate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing I'll add to that is after I sold some stock, my big complaint is that they never talked about the capital gains if you went to withdraw it. That was really a rude awakening for me. But yeah, so the capital gains supersedes all the time you've had it, and the profit in other words, the big lie is what I call it. The big lie.
Well, you're going to lose 38%. If it's over 200 grand, you lose 38% of your profit. The same as if you had a job that paid over 200 grand.
So if I had a catastrophic illness, I mean, I would pay dearly if I cashed out on stocks. But with my annuity programs, then I'll sell them off.
Yeah, but here's what I was going to say to you, Shotgun. So after I did it and experienced exactly what you're talking about, and I won't get off into it, I was a mad mother. Anyway, here's what I suggest you do. Being as we are caught up in our own life and not up on the latest little tweaky laws, after I did what I did with my stock, and I just went ahead and took the hit, because I needed it, okay? But I suggest, because after I did what I did, I talked to several lawyers after that on different occasions, and just happened to remember to bring those types of things up. And they said, you dummy, if you would have did A, B, or C, you wouldn't have paid any capital gains. Why did you do that? So my advice to you is seek out some recent advice on your options on being able to not get those capital gain hits.
Yeah.
Because after I did what I did, I went, well, damn, now's a fine time to tell me, but my big, and I talked with Richard about this one night. I won't go on and on about it, but bottom line was, it's kind of like a car salesman telling you all the great stuff about the car, but he's not telling you the transmission's getting ready to fall out. Okay. In other words, I had what? I want to say $28,000. And that's the way they want you to think. Oh, because they're continually using your money to make them money. Right. So, all right. So, but the big lie is, nowhere in my paperwork did I once find them talking about what would happen if I went to withdraw. Not one fucking place. And that was when Wachovia Bank was way down, and all those people, Wachovia Bank was going out, and then the investors got together and bought into Wachovia and all that stuff. And then it branched off 3 times. And so it made our investments shoot up to like $28,000. But that's just a big lie, because if you go to pull it out and use it, in my opinion, on the way that it should, here's what I'm saying. They've used your money to make them money, but they're going to penalize the shit out of you if you try to take that money back.
Yeah, it's a transactional kind of thing.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Now, I've never been in the big leagues like as opposed to Richard. Let me get back to the original conversation and get off that. That's my advice to you, Shotgun, because after I did what I did, I had people telling me, you dummy, you could have done A, B, or C, and you wouldn't.
Well, it's not an immediate concern to me right now. My
Right, right. I just thought I'd add
I
that.
get a pension, I get disability, and I'm working part time, so I have enough money to live.
Right, right.
I'm content to let it sit for a while.
And I'm sure you will consult somebody if you go to touch it anyway.
Yeah.
But Richard, what I was gonna say. So the question, fuck, what was the original question? Anyway, so the way I take every time I talk to you, and you're exactly right on the health care. That's gonna, that's the first deal. Right after that comes taxes, because the way it all ties into one another. So they have to do the health care plan first, right?
Yeah, they just wanted to free up some extra money to pay for
Right.
some of the taxes.
Exactly. But when I ask you that question, it never ceases to amaze me. I have to alter my brain waves and get on the page with you, because every time I ask you a question like that, you're always looking at what your life is surrounded by, which is stocks, right?
I guess but I bring it up because only because there's so many people and other people besides myself involved in that, and it's kind of a barometer for what a huge number of people think. That's all.
So, Richard,
but what's interesting? Go ahead, Shotgun.
Richard, you're not a day trader, are you?
Yeah, well, I'm a combination day trader, weekly option trader, and really not a long-term investor unless unless we get a recession and a huge bear market and the bottom comes along. I don't mind holding stocks, but I'm not really, a day trader, but I do oftentimes make 50 or more trades a day and end up in cash. So I guess yes and no.
Yeah.
I'm not exclusively a day trader, but I don't mind making short-term, even over the course of a few minute trades when they make sense.
Yeah.
Well, but okay. So where I was kind of going to with the conversation was, it's interesting to hear people's different lifestyles and what they're concerned about when they're talked about with the health care plan. For example, you're waiting for the tax stuff to come through too, because that's going to do a great thing for the stock. Now, so if you ask me that question, well, what do you think about the health care plan and blah, blah. See, I'm going to give a totally different perspective because my life is not surrounded around the stock market. So, it's interesting. It really is. If you stay open-minded when we discuss these things, well, if you can, other than arguments with certain people, it is real interesting to get the different views and the different things that people are concerned about that ties into all of this stuff. It really, that to me is extreme.
Well, that's why the healthcare issue is so complicated for these senators and congressmen, because they have people saying, "Oh my God, if I lose my Obamacare, this and that's going to happen," and other people saying, "Well, I don't want my tax money going to the immigrants like you." And these fucking congressmen, man, they're caught up between a rock and a hard place. I guarantee you, every one of them would wish it had never come up, and they could just move on to something else.
Well, I bet the fuck they do. However, the way I see that, Richard, is they're the son of a bitches that allowed it.
Well, except all the Republicans voted against Obamacare. They just had the House and the Senate.
Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Liberals, I don't care who did it. I've heard the guy or the two guys actually that designed Obamacare and actually wrote the shit. It was all a big lie in the beginning, every bit of it. So,
well, it certainly failed. The one thing I do agree on is that it's so unsustainable that it's almost a crime not to get rid of it. I mean, that would be people don't understand that if the entire healthcare system in a country the size of America falls apart, you've got big fucking problems.
But I just
not only financially, but you've got sick people with, no fucking way to get themselves help is a big fucking problem.
Right, exactly. But the only thing I want to say is sticking to the actual statement. I view that differently. In other words, yeah, they got their hands full, all right, and they deserve it because y'all knew better than this corrupt ass shit. You know, in other words, you allowed the bill to go through. I don't care who did it or whoever was involved. You knew better than this shit, and you damn right it ought to be a crime. They all, you know what, man? It's kind of like this. You know?
Well,
Yeah,
the thing
sometimes,
is, how do you prosecute somebody when they keep getting voted back into office by the fucking people in their district? It's like they wanted them there, so what can you fucking say, you
well,
know?
that's true, but you know, I've heard these conversations, being as I'm only 29, for the last 30 years. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, me too.
you know, and that's why I'm glad these changes are coming about, whether people are opposed to it or you know the different views on it and how to get there and all that shit. I'm just glad that the real people problems, meaning the individuals that are what I consider not even fighting for America and why they should be there. You're supposed to be passing legislation that is good for the American people and this country. You're not hired to watch out for Mexico's illegals. You're not hired to watch out for what's going to happen all over. I'm not saying in trade deals and fair trade deals. I'm not saying that level. I'm saying you're elected in this particular country to watch out for the country and the American people first. And with all the corruption and everything that's up there and all the different facets of corruption, they've only been thinking about themselves and lining their pockets and passing shit they fucking knew was going to be bad for America, blah, blah, blah. So my view is this, Richard. I don't feel bad for them at all. I
Well, I
want them,
don't either.
I want them out of there. I want them.
I think the reality is that they're just stupid enough to think that there's sort of this bottomless pit of money, and passing all this corrupt shit really doesn't matter because you know Warren Buffett and Bill Gates and Charles Icahn can pay 2% more in taxes, and then we'll just get some more money, and it won't matter. And what they're all starting to realize is that it does matter. When you get to numbers like $20 trillion of debt, it even starts to open the eyes of some Democrats. You know, they realize that, hey, there's not a bottomless pit of money.
Right, exactly. Now, that's interesting the way you said that, and I agree with that too. Now, on the other side of the fence, I'll say this. So my grandmother lived 6 blocks from the Capitol. Everybody on my mother's side of the family was part of DC, the machine, and all that. However, they hated corruption. Now, that had been said, so I walked, you know, every time we visited my grandmother, which was very often each year, you know, so 2 or 3 things. I used to walk past Hoover's house all the time, see the corrupt stuff going on in there. But what, even as a little boy, astonished me is when, and I look back now, I didn't realize it at the time, I just could never connect. Whenever I would talk with anybody that businessmen in Washington, D.C., or try to have a little American boy conversation with them, I look back now at the conversations that I actually had with those people. Fuck, they were disconnected back then. If you actually go to Washington D.C. and let's just say you rented a house 6 blocks from the Capitol and you spent 2 months doing nothing but staying involved in the circles of what they do every day and what they are fucking disconnected as hell from the real America.
Oh yeah, of course they are.
You know, and that's why I'm glad these changes are coming about, because it's kind of bringing the country back to the people.
Well, my biggest concern is what I'll call the Jesse Ventura effect, where you have somebody who really wants to make change, who really wants to, you know, make America great and drain the swamp, and nothing happens, and the establishment really rejoices. And then that's, you know, it's just one more Jesse Ventura governor that just disappears and everybody forgets about him and gets replaced with somebody like Michelle Bachmann. You know, it's just, that's my biggest fear, is that all this will blow over and in 4 years, some establishment guy will come along, Romney or Cruz, and we'll be right back to the way we were before.
However, here's what I think will happen. And I can understand that view completely, and I've contemplated that myself. Here's the way I feel about it. I won't say it's all him. I'll just say the people that are being put in place right now, I think there's a lot of forethought to try to make sure that it doesn't go back to worse than it was. And I think people are being put in place to carry on the possibilities of it staying, or a lot of these things staying corrected and even getting better. So even, for example, even after Trump leaves office, there'll be people.
Well, here's something they threw out today on the Business Channel that I thought was pretty interesting. And they said, well, what happens if, what we've had is 8 years of Obamacare. Now we're going to get it replaced and have, let's say we have 8 years of, the American Health Care Act, and then the Democrats come along and they get rid of the Health Care Act. And, every 8 years, we have a completely new system. That would be just as fucked up as nothing at all or Obamacare.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
It almost makes you think that what we really need is not a healthcare law, but a healthcare amendment to the Constitution.
Well, number one, Richard, that's not going to happen. That's just hypothetical question mark statements. In other words, if this does, and I'll tell you why. Because the people are going to be put into place, and the history is going to take place. Number one, boy, they're going to have twice as hard of a time as Trump. Once this health care plan goes through and it corrects all the things that were fucked up, you're not going to have.
Corrects them all. Yes, I agree. I agree with that.
Let's just say it doesn't. Let's just say it doesn't. There's still going to be so many people look, Trump wasn't born yesterday. He's been dealing with these fuckers for 40 plus years. Okay. So he knows how to leave people in positions and all of those things that are going to make a difference for years to come. I'll just leave it kind of said like that. It's not going to
Dude, there's a lot that can happen.
Oh, sure.
Trump could fuck up so bad there's a landslide Democratic win in 8 years. You just don't know.
I understand.
You never know.
Well, that's my input on that. I don't think you're going to see, everything get reversed and then go the other way twice as bad. That ain't going to happen. You're going to continue.
I don't think it was an interesting thought experiment, what happens if every time we get a Democratic president and they everybody runs from now on the I'm going to repeal the other guy's health care plan. You know what I mean?
I understand, but here's the key. So if I had to take it all the way down to the bottom line without elaborating on it anymore, I would leave you with this. Remember, there's a procedure. Everything has to take place except for executive orders. Okay. So if Trump fights real hard and he's an 18-hour-a-day guy, no president's going to work as hard as Trump. That I am aware of. So here's what you're going to end up with. He's going to work so hard to do so many things. I don't give a fuck if a Democrat and a big Democratic swing happens or not. There's certain procedures that all of that stuff has to, in other words, in reversal mode. He's going to go so far to the right that even if they have another 8-year term, they're only going to be able to take care of a fourth of what he does.
Right. Once you build a wall, for example, that's 30 feet high and out of concrete, nobody's going to tear it down. So yeah, you're right about some of that.
Yeah, all the way down to all of the procedures that has to take place with legislation and law. I think he's going to go so far over to the right that even if you have an 8-year term and there is a big Democratic swing, for example, they're going to work that 8 years to fucking only try to fucking address a quarter of the shit that he accomplished. That's my feeling.
Yeah, he's certainly moving. I kind of like the idea that, hey, this is it. Vote no. We're just going to move on to something else. I like that idea because the normal idea would be we're going to beat this dead horse for the next 3 fucking years, You know, and I don't like that fucking plan. So yeah, if this fails or if it succeeds, doesn't matter. He's moving on to the next thing, the next thing, the next thing, just like you said, to get as much done as he possibly can. So yeah.
And that's exactly what you see him doing, correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
so
there
far that's what they claim they're going to do. I mean, next week they could change their mind and do something different, but that's the plan as I understand it, is this is going to get done, sent on to the Senate, and the House is going to immediately start working on whatever the president wants to address next. But they're not going to beat this dead horse any more than today. This is it. Take it or leave it.
And two things I'll leave you with on that subject. If I don't have a brain fart, one is when Sean Spicer says there is no plan B, this is plan A, and we're going to run with it, and we're going to work hard to get it passed. That's a talking point. That is not Trump. That is not Trump. That is a talking point to try to get this health bill passed. Now,
sure, it's a negotiating tactic,
right,
and it's sort of a scare tactic, you know, sure.
Right. Well, I can promise you with everything that I am, Trump's always. Oh, okay, so to elaborate and expand on that, you know, when you're negotiating any deal, you go way over here and ask for too much, all the way down to buying a car. The car salesman says, well, we'll take 18.5, and you say, well, I'll give you 12, and that's all I'm going to give you. And then you meet in the middle. That's what's going on here anyway. But, you know, I'll promise you with everything that I am, or here's my statement about it all in a nutshell. That motherfucker always has a fucking plan B. Don't think he don't.
Right. Yeah, I know. I don't think his plan B is worrying about health care. I think what he's going to do, you can say, once everything else I want to do is done and out of the way, then maybe we'll come back to health care. But you guys fucked up. We're going to remember your names. If you don't help us out on this other stuff, you're going to be even more fucked. So he's going to use it as leverage to get the rest of the stuff he wants done, and then maybe down the road come back and revisit it again after, in my guess, he tries to get rid of the people that voted against it in the midterm election.
Yeah, and also remember this, Richard, and I know this is not going to sound right when I say it, but trust me, this is the way an extremely intelligent person works. And sure. I've done it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm getting ready to make the statement. And I have experimented with this in my own life. Sometimes I'll do something that I know, if I want to find out, okay, so if I have a company and I feel like people are undermining me in my company for 5 different categories, 5 different ways, all the way down to laundering my money, I'm going to set something in place. I'm never going to open my mouth. I'm never going to say to someone, I want you to find out who's fucking me up here and who's working behind my back. Okay. I'm never going to say that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put something in progress that the only people that would touch it with a 10-foot pole are the people that are doing those categories of things that would, that in other words, the other people wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, but the people that are actually doing the corruption. So here's my point. A lot of times a smart person will implement something knowing it probably will fail, but now he knows where all of the, let's just say it more lightly, now he knows where all the loose ends are. Right.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So
absolutely.
I just think that people, and that's enough. But that's the way I see all of that. So no matter how I see any of this, it's all a positive change for America at the end of the day for me. Even if you have views like Ronan K, even though it's bringing all the stuff to the forefront to be discussed and talked about, as opposed to before this candidacy. They were hidden and nobody wanted to talk about them. They wanted to leave it alone, because if you take the immigration, they've been lying to us since the hardcore, since the 80s, that we had a secure border. And now all of it, you damn right you don't want to talk about it, because we all know you've been lying your ass off.
Sure.
you know. So there you go, man.
No, no,
But anyway,
I understand what you're saying. I agree too. Like I said, I just hope we don't end up with some Jesse Ventura effect, and
I
5
understand.
years from now it becomes, you know, past history. We're right back to bullshit again.
I understand, and I'll leave you with this last thought on that note. The wiretapping claim. I'm just going to say this and leave it alone. I know why he did it, and it's not for why everybody thinks he did it. And I totally agree with that claim too. And I'll even go this far.
Yeah.
Even if it's not true, I still agree that he did it. And I know why he did it. And I'm glad he did it.
No,
Hence the plan to find where corruption is.
right. Well, I'm gonna run to my bedroom and get a cigarette. I put my smokes in the other room, so I smoke less. It's actually working a little bit. So I'll be
I will
back in a
grab me one too, Richard. I'm almost out.
All right.
And your microphone sounds a hell of a lot better now. I don't hear any static. I don't know what you did. Shotgun. Do it right now.
Well, let me tell you, this microphone's got a lot of miles, bro. It's been around on my computer since the Pentium 1. You know, it's an old motherfucker, let me tell you. It's a LabTech AM262, whatever that is. Got a little stand, and it looks kind of cool, but it's older than fuck, dude, let me tell you.
What'd you do to your mic, man? I don't hear the static anymore.
Nothing. I didn't do a thing to it.
Well, for whatever the reason is, you can move around or whatever now, and I hear no noise whatsoever. Did you move?
Yeah, it's got a mind of its own, dude. It comes and goes, let me tell you.
Well, whatever you did, it worked.
Every time, like every Sunday when my wife cleans up my desk, she fucks it all up again. It doesn't work for shit.
I'm going to tell you what I think it is. And it could have been somebody sprayed something on it or spilled something on it. But the tropical environment where you are will create major corrosion and rust factors on jacks and stuff.
Plus, it's really dusty here, too. I'm going with the dust. I will get WD-40 when the sun comes up and spray it on it, for sure.
Yeah, the dust. Well, if you just twist it back and forth, that'll clear off the connection and it won't, you know.
Sure.
But
yeah, I love WD-40. I use it on all kind of shit.
Yeah, man.
Good stuff.
All the way down to electrical systems to keep moisture out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rusty bolts, even though it's not. The one thing that people were confused about through the years, even in lines of work that I've been in, oh man, I got a bolt I can't get loose. Go get WD-40. Well, it's got penetrant in it, but you really need a solid penetrant for that rusted bolt. The WD-40 has penetrant in it, but it's also a lubricant. So, but it just, yeah, WD-40 can be used on so many different variety of things. It's really
kind of like the duct tape of lubricants, you know?
Exactly. Shotgun.
Hey, Crystal, how you doing? Crystal slid in here somehow. I didn't notice.
Yeah, she's in here, but if she opens, so here you go.
Hey, Richard.
Hey, how you doing?
She can't open up her. She's got a room mic, and what happens is that room mic. Jesus Christ, you can be in all the way in the back of the house and hear footsteps with that room mic. But I've got a direct mic hooked up here, you know, a separate stand mic.
Right.
And these built-in mics that they put in these devices like her iPad, they're room mics. So basically you can have your iPad sitting on top of the kitchen table while you're washing dishes and still talk, you know, kind of thing.
Right.
To
Sure.
where my mic, you have to get up, you know, within a 3 or 4 inch distance in order to pick up well.
Nice.
So,
Yeah,
but
that's what I got. Same
if she
sort
tries
of.
to open up her mic like on her computer beside me here in her cubby there, it'll squeak, squeak, squeak. Shotgun's liking his new brakes too, aren't you, Shotgun? Uh-oh, he fell asleep.
No, I'm here.
Shotgun.
Oh yeah, I like the new brakes.
I bet you do, man.
My next problem is I think I got to change my axle bearings because I hear like a whirly bird sound.
Is that in the rear or the front?
Rear.
That ain't. Have you checked the rear end gear oil?
Not yet.
Well, let me. Okay. Well, okay. So I'll wrap it up real quick. Did anybody pull your hubs apart on the rear brakes when they checked your brakes out the
They
other
did.
day?
Yes, they did.
Did they say it was wet in there?
No.
Okay. So if that's true, then your axle seals are not leaking. And usually you will not leak your rear end gear oil. But check that rear end gear oil. It is a 3/8 plug. You can take a 3/8 ratchet. It's a square tip plug in the rear end facing the front of the vehicle. You can just lay up under it right there, take a 3/8 drive ratchet, stick it in the square tip plug, loosen it up. If it runs out, it's full. If it doesn't run out, it's low.
Oh, good tip.
Yeah, man, it's real quick, simple, and easy to check that rear end gear oil. And that, well, I think originally they put 80W90 in there, but there's, I like to put synthetic gear oil in there, you know, once I get my vehicles or if I fix one up or whatever, I like to put that fully synthetic in there. But anyway, man, if it's full of oil and you still have that, that means that's not good.
Yeah, that's next month.
Do you usually hear it going down the highway?
Yeah. It sounds
then
like a whirly bird.
And then at 35 miles an hour going through town when there's no strain on, you're not climbing a hill.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Double check your universal joints too.
Okay.
You might have a worn out universal joint sounding like the rear end.
Yeah, that's true too.
Have you ever replaced the universal joints?
No, not at all.
The way you check those is grab a hold of your drive shaft. Well, you have to hold the universal joint in your right hand and take your left hand on the drive shaft and try to move them back and forth from one another to see if there's slop.
Okay.
You know, that's just a layman check you can do yourself at your house. If they got slop in them, that's what it is. Usually those rear ends won't.
They put a new master cylinder in, and the brakes are working just damn great.
Yeah, you were leaking by past the plunger seal is what was happening.
Yeah.
Were you leaking a little bit of oil down in the inside of the vehicle?
No, it was just losing pressure.
Yeah, a lot of times when that seal leaks on the plunger, you'll get fluid leak coming down on the inside of the vehicle because it's bolted to the firewall.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of times that when the seal starts leaking right there, you'll see wet oil coming down, you know, so when you push your brake pedal, there's a rod that goes into the master cylinder. Right there, you'll actually see brake fluid running down. Well, you got carpet in there?
Well, they pulled the healthcare bill apparently.
What does pull mean? No go?
No, they're not going to vote on it today.
Oh, okay, good. They're trying to make sure it's going to pass, so they're stopping and
Yeah.
they're trying to keep. Yeah, I wanted to tell you that too.
The plan
Richard,
B they said they didn't have is coming around.
Well, he's gone away. I didn't finish my statement a while ago. I'm glad you brought that back up. You go way over to the right, and then when you negotiate to try to get your people to come to your side and vote for it, you can say, okay, remember there's 3 revisions of this healthcare plan. 3. This is only the first. I tell you what, go ahead and vote for it, and I'll take care of that. And you have my word, I'll take care of that. That's what's going on. You know, so the things that they're concerned about, he's gone enough over to the right to where he can back up some, still have a good thing, and plus there's 2 more revisions. So they'll be fine. They need to vote for it, man. Obamacare's dead. This is the only one we got. Let's go for it. And then work on it and make it better, you know?
Yeah, it's funny. They pull the bill and the market goes back up now.
There. It's crazy. See, that stock market, man, that's crazy. It really is. But I think
it's all algorithms right now.
I think you're going to see your world get real good. That is my interpretation.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing, you will. I think there's also going to be a lot of people that, unfortunately, when you have big market moves, and there aren't big market moves today, but when you have big market moves, oftentimes even the best people out there overplay their hand and get it wrong and lose a lot of money. The people that just buy and hold, they generally do okay, but a lot of traders lose a lot of money either getting out too quickly or getting in too quickly and then getting scared out of their position during you know, when you have, say, you know, 300 and 400 point moves on a regular basis, you'd think that would be good for people, but oftentimes it's not. A lot of hedge funds do very poorly in that scenario.
Yeah. Hey, so I see Ronan going. Ronan, man, come on. At least come up here and give us somebody to bully. Come on, man. I gotta get my bully on today, Ronan. Come on up here, man. LaSurge is not up here right now. Let me take it out on you. Anyway, Ronan says he's not coming up on the panel. Too many bullies.
Well, I think all his friends are in another room.
Oh. Okay. It's a great day in America.
It is.
It's a great day in Thailand.
It is. Boy, I tell you, I wish I'd have filmed my episode there a couple days ago. You guys would have loved that.
Oh, at the
some of it would have got the channel shut down, but whatever, you know. What can you do?
We need to open up XXX site somewhere.
Hey Armando, did you happen to see I ran the hotel room I was in for half an hour or so? Do you happen to notice it? I guess not. Yeah, it was cool, Armando. It really was. Big hot tub, and it's kind of like a sex hotel place. It was cool. I'm going to the Composer Suite at the Hard Rock next, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. So I come back. See, the other thing is I come back after being gone for a couple days, and I bang the shit out of my wife so that it motivates her to want me to go again. You see, that's like my trick. Is if I come back and fuck her really good, she'd be like, "Oh wow, you should go again next month." You know.
Yeah, it sounds like
my plan.
Yeah, sounds like a great plan. It's a win-win, you know.
It is. It's a win-win for sure. And you know, going on the weekdays, she kind of works late on Tuesday and Wednesday anyway. So I really only miss, you know, just a few hours of being with her and then sleeping at night. So, you know, it's cool. It's not like we're missing out on the weekend together or anything. You know?
Right. I like. Yeah.
Well,
great.
Crystal, the king likes to share his little marriage tricks with the folks at home. You know, one of the best ways to keep your marriage going is to have good sex, and I think one of the best ways to have good sex is to send your husband to see a prostitute or two for a couple of days, and then when he comes back, he feels a little guilty and bangs the shit out of his wife, and everybody's happy. You know, that's
Wow.
just my advice for the folks at home. You know.
Thank you, Richard. Your money will be in PayPal.
All right. Well, you're welcome.
All right, I guess I got to run to the store. Well, I'm supposed to have a yard sale this weekend, get rid of a lot of useless stuff. But anyway, I'll be back on later. I'm gonna exit for now, and maybe somebody else will give somebody else a platform or whatever. But
All
I'll
right.
see you guys. I'll see you guys a little later, man.
All right. God bless America.
Guy, it's a great day in America.
It
We'll
is.
see y'all later, man. See you, Shotgun. He's out on the porch smoking. He'll be. All right, bye.
Well, the whole prostitute thing is optional, Crystal, but I really believe that a couple sort of getting away from each other for a couple of days, when they come back, you know, they miss each other and it's just better. I mean, whether it's the husband going out with his buddies hunting or the, wife going with her friends somewhere for a couple of days, I think that improves relationships. The prostitute stuff was a joke, really, but just getting away for a couple of days, you realize what you were missing, and you come back with a little better, whole rejuvenated kind of attitude, and I think it helps. I think it's a good thing to separate just for a couple of days and come back. I really do. People need their own kind of me time, both husbands and wives need that. And I don't know if Russell's hidden or unhidden, but somebody needs to unhide him if he is hidden. There you go. How you doing there, Russell?
Okay, how are you?
All right, pretty good.
Was that Shotgun that had the control?
I don't know. Might be Armando. He's in the chat
Might
room.
be. So what's up in Thailand?
Not much. Just still working on my front window there, and tomorrow my wife's going to visit her dad's grave site on her yearly little venture to do that. So I kind of have the place to myself tomorrow, and other than that, things are pretty normal around here. Nothing really to report, I guess.
In Thailand, do they still have that Hitler fetish? I saw where they had like Hitler fried chicken and little McDonald's effigies with mustaches doing the salute.
I don't
Or do you
think
see
so.
that ever? No?
I have not seen that at McDonald's, and I go every once in a while, a great once in a while, but no. But, I don't think it's not like the same as Germany where they'd freak the fuck out either, but I kind of have some recollection of what you're talking about, but I think it sort of blew up in people's faces and became kind of unpopular and douchebaggy, so they probably stopped doing it,
Yeah, because I was pointed out to it, and I went on Google Images, and it has pictures of it all. It looks like the Hitler Fried Chicken restaurant was closed down. It's just not closed for the night. Yeah. Big doors on there, so
I
maybe it
think,
was.
somebody's idea of a joke that blew up in their face, kind of thing. You know.
Well, like you say, they probably don't look at it the same way over in Thailand as they would elsewhere, as being this big.
Well, they flip flopped too. At first, they were Nazi friendly, and then they turned out to be not Nazi friendly. They're basically just trying to avoid losing the war, and they're just going with whatever side they thought was going to win. They don't really
But they
give
were
a
actually
shit.
they were actually aligned with the Axis in World War II.
I wouldn't say aligned with them, but they weren't against them.
Okay. So they
in
were
the beginning, and then they kind of aligned with America later. But what happened was the Japanese started getting closer to their neighborhood. They aligned with America, you know.
Right. Kind of like
They were
Spain.
more anti-Japan than they were anti-Nazi, you know.
Well, everybody around there was invaded by Japan, Korea,
Right.
China, everybody. So they went through that through early 1900s, late 1800s.
Yeah, they actually, I sort of have that a little bit wrong. It wasn't the Nazis. They aligned with Japan in the beginning and then decided not to. So, well, yeah, it wasn't the Nazis. They were sort of Japan friendly and then changed their mind later.
Huh, that's interesting. I never read that. I guess because they didn't make any difference, but no.
Right, yeah, they're just some small weenie country trying not to get the shit kicked out of them by whoever, you know.
Yeah, well, Spain was aligned with the Axis. Not really either. You know, they were trying to stay neutral, but what's his name there?
Yeah, it's hard to stay neutral when you got a fucking army coming in, invading you and raping your women and all that kind of thing. Neighbors and all that. You know, in the beginning it's easy, but when push comes to shove, you kind of have to choose a side.
Sure, you go for the alliance of convenience, and then when the master enemies, then you throw the other guys out, or hope to.
Yeah, my wife's dad, he got captured and had to load bombs for the Japanese, and he got his citizenship revoked by Thailand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had to file for an immigration visa every year after he came back from World War II.
So what, did they give him a choice? You should have died, or?
Evidently, yeah, I guess was their attitude. Was
I'm sure he didn't go in there.
Well, it wasn't so much that he got captured; it's that he got captured and, you know, in their mind, willingly loaded bombs that were used to kill the Chinese and some Thais and Americans, whoever. But you know, I guess the loading of the bombs part is what did it. But yeah, according to them, I guess he should have just died, and, you know, that'd have been fine.
I guess he wasn't classified as a traitor, but maybe
something. I don't know. But they revoked his citizenship, but they still let him stay here. But he had to file. His penalty was basically he had to file for an immigration visa every year and pay a little money. You know.
How did the other people look at him? Did they look at him any different, like his neighbors?
Not really. I don't know if anybody even knew. You know, anybody around here in our neighborhood probably doesn't even know. I don't think he ever really said anything. My wife just told me once, but you know, that would have been back in 1950. And here, I didn't meet my wife until the 2000s, so that's not really something that his neighbors would know. You know. But I would imagine he probably lost some friends out of the deal. I don't know. I'll ask my wife tomorrow and tell you what she says. Good question.
Well, you never know. I mean, people might not look at it that way. They might think, well, they had a gun to his head and kind of told him if he didn't do it, he was going to go into somewhere and get thrown on a bunch of poison state.
Sure, yeah, I'll ask her, because she's going to go visit his grave, so he'll be a topic of conversation tomorrow. So yeah, I will
True.
ask her about that. Yeah, it's pretty elaborate too, dude. It's a big. You think gravestones in America or something? This is a big old fucking monastery-looking fucking thing, and there's a whole bunch of them. It's not that his is so much more extravagant, but the graveyards here are pretty amazing. I mean, it's a big deal. I think it probably cost $25,000 for the gravesite.
Well, is that maybe the Hindu religion that do that, or is that Christian like Catholic?
It's more Chinese than anything else. They're Buddhists, but it's a Chinese tradition, not really Thai or Buddhist. That the reason they have that particular type of grave.
Yeah, usually elaborate burials are usually some religious. I didn't know how Buddhists buried their dead, whether they.
Yeah, so some of them like have these huge concrete boxes where they stuff the whole family in.
Right.
This one is a dual husband and wife kind of thing. So the 25,000 includes, a plot for her mom already too. But I guess you have to be buried together, and like twice a year we have to set the table and feed them, or they're going to starve to death in heaven. And they have all kinds of weird shit. I try to get her to get away from it, but just her tradition. She even believes some of it, I guess. I don't discuss it because it's so ridiculous and bizarre. I don't want to insult anybody, so
No,
I just stay away from it.
I mean, you have to do that with 90% of the humans anyway.
Yeah.
For certain things like beliefs and whatnot, traditions, pompousness, and celebrations. Yeah, I tried talking her on yesterday. My search came on. We're discussing Russia, Crimea, annexation. Right, comes up and says, "Oh no, Russia not only annexed the peninsula, they annexed a whole huge section of eastern Ukraine." And I went, "Okay, when you make statements like that, you have to have proof now." But I just bailed instead. It's an example of the conversation that goes on, and then all of a sudden, this proclamation is made with no evidence or proof, just for an argument's sake.
Yeah, I ignore him the moment he comes in. I don't listen to anything he says.
You got to, because like you'll be talking or something, and then he'll bring up something just to contradict you, to make an argument.
Well, fuck, I was talking.
Fact, huh?
I was talking once about how I'm driving down the road and I rolled my Jeep into a snowbank, and just out of the blue, he comes up with, well, what about the damage to the public? It's like, dude, we're having a conversation about, a snowbank, and he just wants to, well, obviously you didn't consider the damage you did that the public had to pay for. I'm like, fuck you, get out.
Well, just try to provoke. I don't know who he's performing from. He must be performing for somebody, whether it's himself or not. Maybe we shouldn't talk about it now. Just come on.
Yeah, it's his only, the only way that he can get the human stimulus he needs is to be an argumentative douchebag, because that's all he knows how to do. And he really would need some professional help like Ronan Kanushi. He needs professional help to modify the way he interacts with other human beings. They're unable to make a positive change by themselves, or they would have done it a long time ago.
What I find funny is he talks about all his professions, right? He doesn't have a real trade or profession, but he has many that he's done over the time. And I thought, I used to train people. I taught as a teacher, or not a teacher, but instructed people on how to operate trains or do coordination or even traffic control. And, there's no way possibly a guy with that kind of attitude could come and listen to anybody and be trained properly, or anybody tolerating that that was trying to train him. So he's definitely not good. There's no way he could. I just know for a fact.
Fuck, this guy's in here 22 hours a day. He's on some sort of government assistance and probably hasn't had a job for many years.
Maybe one or two, but was laid off or fired or whatnot like that, because he'd be telling the person that telling him how to do it.
He obviously has some sort of personality disorder, and he gets government disability for it. It's not that hard to figure out.
No, and the endurance he'll have on here and put up with everybody ridiculing him. But why do you stay here? Why don't you go? Why do you do it? But he has endurance I've never seen before. Like 14 hours straight, as much as he can stay on.
It's the only place that will tolerate him. If he could go into a whole bunch of other chat rooms, they would just eject him in 10 seconds. So this is kind of one of the only places that will have him. So he doesn't have a lot of choices as to where he can go.
But what a thing to feed on, like to satisfy whatever emotion he gets.
I know.
Just to beat. I just bail. It's not worth the time or effort to argue with somebody just for the sake of arguing.
Yeah, and it gets sad in a way, but it's not so sad that you want to end up being an enabler either. That's my thing. Just talking to him makes me guilty of being involved with his nonsense. So I just ignore him the moment I see him.
I always call it I have a better side of my head that gives me shit when I do an emotional stupidity. And it's like my dad yelling at me. It's going, what the fuck are you doing? Dare wasting your time trying to converse with this individual, So I'm giving myself shit for actually even staying there for 12 seconds.
Yeah, you're making his problem. Anybody that talks to him is really just making his problem worse. There is no way to help him.
But I won't argue with anybody that that I know for a fact is wrong completely and doesn't have any proof. And I'm not going to sit there on you better make proof. You better get me a link, because that's too much time again. Talking about a borderline and some It's like, no, I don't have the time to play tit-to-tat to you.
Well, you're just going to make it into a personal argument, Well, it's going to go from where's your link to there's something wrong with you for asking for a link in the first place. It's just going to go into some circular nonsense.
Well, there's one instance I felt that, I'm the type of guy, like when you get like that, I'd rather have you about a foot away from my face saying the same things, right? And then everything's in order, not over that. And it just gets to the point. But the other day, I just felt like slapping him. He was talking about Buddy. Buddy put on a little progression that he did some lead to, basic progression on an acoustic guitar, and he was just doing some lead to it, just as like you would do starting anything. And my search he goes, "Oh, you're just throwing fucking random notes around." Like he has no clue on music. Probably has a tin ear, and it's like you don't even know how to write a song, whether alone the structures of it, what the beginning is, what the riff is that gets the song initiated. And he's offering his criticisms. He says, "Well, my neighbor, who's a scholar of music science and research at the University of whatever, so I'm pretty knowledgeable by knowing this neighbor." And funny that Shotgun said, yeah, he started making fun. He said, "Well, geez, Lyserge has an expert neighbor. How could he be wrong?" It just sounded so funny, But just like to come out like that, like just like a fucking asshole to say, like he hasn't got a clue in music just to say that because it's Buddy, it's like, just sometimes you feel like slapping a person, like, okay,
Well, that's why you ignore them. If you get to the point where we're supposed to be here for a good time and conversation, and when it gets to the point where you want to slap somebody, there's, sticking around. You have to ask yourself, well, why? And then Pamey said, she goes, "Oh, Lyserge is nice, it's okay once in a while." I said, well, so was Charles Manson. He was probably nice to his mother, and you
Oh,
know, and has petted his dog once in a while. That doesn't mean I want to be
Well,
his friend or talk to him, you know?
The thing about Lyserge is the people that can converse with him, they're walking on eggshells, you know, waiting for him to explode. It's like you're sitting there going, don't bother the bear. It'll wake up and swat you, you know? It's like,
well,
Lyserge,
imagine if you
can we
woke
talk
up
about
in the
this
morning.
music?
Imagine if you woke up in the morning and you had to admit that Lyserge was your friend. I mean, the first thing you should ask yourself is, what in the fuck, you know, what is wrong with me that I would have a friend like that? That I would have an acquaintance or an associate that was that fucked up in the head? That would make something wrong with me.
I mean, the only reason you'd have that as a friend, you couldn't really call it as a friend, is be a whipping boy where you just criticize it and tell it to go stand in the corner, you know, like, okay, shut up, I'll stand in the corner. And then you'd be a sadist because you'd be getting watching him, pleasurizing him suffering, but no. But you got to give him credit for being an endurable type of guy.
Yes, you know, I mean, it's a mental illness. I don't know if people get credit for being mentally ill. They get credit for solving their mental issues, not for having.
Well, they could, you know what? They could get credit on a new phobia or a new name for a different type of emotional, you know. But
yeah, I think it's pretty clear. If anybody that can't see Lyserge has an antisocial personality disorder must not know what the words mean. You know?
Well, it's kind of funny. The other day I heard him making statements, you know, like, and Shotgun said, you know, that schools shouldn't impose like, you know, they should pretty well impose the scientific view of how the Earth started and not Adam's rib and creationism. But, you know, as far as the home goes, when the children come home, the parents should have the right to pretty well teach them whatever ideology they think is correct. And Lyserge said, no, schools should impose this, that the children cannot be taught by the parents at school or at home any other than the recognized state idea of evolution and Big Bang Theory. It's like, oh yeah. So I guess he is kind of a little totalitarian, authoritarian.
Yeah, I think he's a poser too. I don't think he believes everything he says. He just pretends to believe it to create an argument.
Well, yeah, there's always that. Take the opposing view just to create controversy.
Yeah.
You know, whatever view is made, you just take the opposing just for the argument's sake.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes he does sound like
I'm gonna grab a smoke. Give me here a minute or so.
Yeah, I gotta do the same actually. Hey, Shotgun, how are you?
I'm good.
How's things in your neck of the woods?
I'm eating right now. I'm eating a roasted asparagus omelet.
Oh yeah, sounds good. I love asparagus.
Yeah, me too.
Got it in the fridge right now.
Hey, Armando, you need to unblock Skank Hill.
Skank. Yeah, I thought it was good the other day. You were saying to Lyserge Shotgun, you're hitting the point perfectly. Do it in such a nice way too. Oh, wait a minute. You there, Hank?
No, he left. Last time, he might have just got cut out on his cell phone, but last time he was here, he was trying to exclaim that the little symbol on my icon came around after World War II because it's shaped like a Jewish star, and that's just absolutely demonstrably untrue and false. It came around prior to the Constitution of America even being formed. Just more bullshit propaganda out of this guy.
You know, the Jewish star has been around before World War II, right, Richard? Besides, who gives a shit about your icon? Who gives a shit about my icon? It's just a picture.
Well, you seemed to give a shit that day when you came up with your bullshit story about how the little star symbol put in the Jewish star order came around after World War II with your bullshit story. You're the one that seemed to care about it that day.
Are you Jewish?
I'm not.
Then who gives a fuck then?
I really don't care. What I care about is people that spew bullshit every time they open their mouth. That's what I care about. I don't care the particular bullshit you were spewing. I really don't care about. You're right. I just wish you would
Tell us all
stop
how the
spewing
Federal
bullshit.
Reserve is good for us, right? Why don't you give us, your bullshit and tell us how good the Federal Reserve is for us? And that gold-backed currency is retarded, right, Richard?
Gold-backed currency has a 100% failure rate. Fiat currency is all that's in existence. I'm not going to say that a gold-backed currency is bad. The problem is it's handled by human beings, which are bad, and they steal the gold. So if you could somehow get the computer to hold on to the gold or something, it might work. That's kind of like why Bitcoin is kind of even better than a gold-backed standard. If you can't, make any more Bitcoins, then you actually have, the modern version of a gold standard, which is much better because, it may not be backed by anything, but you also can't print more of it, and you can't steal what it's backed by because it's also a fiat currency. But I would say that Bitcoin is likely to be more successful, not necessarily Bitcoin, but the idea of a blockchain currency is likely to be have more longevity and more successful than the gold-backed standard. When it comes to central banking, yes, it's a necessary part of every country. Could the Federal Reserve be modified and improved? I would say yes, but every I'm sure you know historically, the 4 times that we've stopped central banking, we've had huge depressions and recessions and huge problems. So
Right. Right.
until somebody comes up with a replacement, I wouldn't want to get rid of it, which is exactly why it was made permanent. Until we come up with something better, we're not going to be stupid 5 times in a row. 4 was enough.
Well,
Hey,
here's the thing. Go ahead, Tommy.
do you think there's any gold in Fort Knox?
I think
don't.
there's probably some, probably not. I don't think it matters. Nobody even cares. We're not on a gold standard. It doesn't
That's my
matter.
point. Yeah.
The Federal Reserve, I think, has come out and said they don't own any gold at all. They don't give a shit about gold.
So
It's just
here's
a
the
fucking
problem with
useless
gold.
metal. Huh?
The problem with gold is it's very useful in technology. It's a technology rock. It's a superconductor, right? But
No,
the
it's
problem
not a
with fiat.
superconductor.
Hold on.
It's slightly better than other metals.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'm not going to argue that point. But the problem with fiat currency is they can print it 24/7, causing inflation, and you save up your life savings your whole life. But by the time you get to a ripe old age or retirement, the first $30,000 you made is not worth what it was when you were 40, and the second $30,000 you made when you're 55 is not going to be as worth as much as when you saved it. So as they keep printing the money, your money is worth less, right? Well, with gold, they can't print new gold. There's only a set amount of gold here on Earth that has been discovered. And yes, we can keep discovering more, but it's not going to be like, wow, we discovered so much gold that our gold is only worth like 97% of what it used to be, like the dollar. Like the
Well, once
dollar
again, that's a propaganda nonsense comparison. It's not that the dollar, you have to look at wages. It's not as though 1 hour of work only buys 3% as much as 1 hour of work did 100 years ago. That's not true. While the value of the dollar has gone down, wages have gone up. So you need to include that in your calculation, making it sound as though 1 hour of work only garners you 3% as much as it used to is factually incorrect. The dollar is your calculation should be based on work. What could a plumber buy 10 years ago versus what is an hour of plumbing work by today? That's how you measure those things.
Or
I'm just saying the Federal Reserve robs.
Bank, you could just invest in Krugerrands.
The Federal Reserve doesn't rob anything. They do what they're supposed to do, and the fact that gold maintains its value better than paper currency, the fact that fiat currency doesn't maintain its value in the same way as gold doesn't mean people running the fiat currency are robbing anybody. That's just the nature of fiat currency and the nature of gold.
So back in 1985, gold was like $400 an ounce. Now it's what, $1,400?
Right, and it would cost you approximately the same number of ounces of gold to buy a Honda Civic in 1985 as it would to buy a Honda Civic today, even though, the gold may be worth $1,400. The Honda Civic's gone from $8,000 to $17,000.
I got you.
If you actually do the math on a low tax job like the military, what you'll find is that the number of hours it takes at the E5 level back in 1980 to buy an ounce of gold or a Honda Civic or some specific item. I've also measured a set of gold cross pens and things that I actually bought back then. You'll find that the same number of months, it took the same number of months to buy the same things in 1981 is the specific year I used as it did in 2015. The difference being that the Honda Civic you would get today is a much, much, much better car. Now, the ounce of gold is still an ounce of gold, but the tangible items like washing machines and engines and cars and things like that, even though it takes you the same amount of time, they're much, much higher quality items.
Okay, I'll buy that.
So this idea that the central banking system somehow destroy people's wealth is really dependent on if anybody is really stupid enough to put all of their cash in a mattress instead of at least have it in, like today, you can buy an inflation protected treasury security. So you get a few percentage in income and it's inflation protected. So when people say, oh, the Fed is destroying people's wealth, they assume that there's somebody stupid enough out there with $50,000 and $100 bills stuffed in their mattress, which equates to a grand total of nobody.
Well, what I'm hearing is that what you pay is what you get. So if you invested back in the 80s in superior equipment, like I have a 72 Chevy pickup, if you invested in superior equipment and that has lasted to this day, then your end result is a net gain from the money that you have saved.
Absolutely, especially if you take really good care of it and you can resell it. Absolutely. Right. Buying, and I am a big believer in that. These people, my wife is an example of somebody who would buy, 10 or 15, changes of clothes where my one, since it might cost, 6 times as much, is still in perfect condition. I buy expensive clothing and expensive shoes and things that could last a lifetime if they don't go out of style. And buying high quality items that last a long time is absolutely the best way to spend your money, because that shirt, I have expensive $200 Ralph Lauren shirts that are 20 years old that are $400 today. So yep. They're still in perfect condition.
Yeah.
And I bought them on sale for $150, and today they cost $400. So yeah, absolutely.
Or you could go to an auction and buy furniture at dirt cheap prices that are made back in those days that will never ever equal what IKEA is going to put out.
And the other problem with this whole, the banking system is corrupt and bad kind of thing, is that what the Federal Reserve does is it makes sure that what most people have their money in maintains its value.
Right.
The reason you want inflation is so that you don't have deflation and everybody becomes poor and people buy raw materials and everything deflates to the point where they can't sell the finished product for even as much as they paid for the raw materials.
Absolutely right.
Our whole agriculture system almost went completely down the drain when we lost our federal banking system because of that. They protect everybody. This idea they're fucking people that stuff $100 bills in their mattress, once again, applies to a grand total of nobody.
No, I agree with that premise.
But if somebody comes along with something better, I'm all ears. I'm not, the Federal Reserve especially is not perfect. It's too powerful. It's not, there should be some elected officials. There should be some more transparency. At the very least, I think the American people have a right to know who the stockholders of the member banks are. It could be, Ayatollah Khomeini might be the major stockholder of the New York Bank. We don't even know.
That's irrelevant to me. What it comes down to is you get what you pay for. I mean, Another example, I bought a steel chainsaw 20 years ago.
Well,
I-
my
I've
favorite
had-
brand.
I've had friends that buy McCulloch chainsaws, and they've spit the bit 3 times over. My steel chainsaw still running perfectly 20 years
Yep.
later.
That's my favorite brand. I used to, we had a little business of chopping up firewood, and we use steel chainsaws, and they're fantastic. I
A
agree.
great company with quality products.
Husqvarna,
I remember
too.
when I was a kid.
Husqvarna too. Thank you, Richard.
That was
When I
me.
was
Thank you,
Husky.
Russell. The
Yeah.
Husqvarna is good as well.
Oh, I know I had them. And they're just great. I had a McCulloch, too, but that was, Chinese, more or less, from...
Yeah, a piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, it was good to buck up crap, but if I went out to get, the load of wood for winter, it was always the Husky, because it... always doing something with McCulloch, putting a new bar on or something.
Oh, Christ, Russell. I mean, you're, you to live up north, you got to have at least 3 chainsaws.
Yep. 3 different sizes I had. And the McCulloch was just backup, if it dropped, it's like, whatever. I don't know how I accumulated. I think on sale, my wife bought it for me. But, and I had a couple of Jenseroots, too. They were old. Still, I had a couple of weed whackers and whatnot. Good stuff.
From steel or what?
Still, yeah.
Yeah. There was another company that I liked with weed whackers that was called Echo.
Oh, I remember those. Yeah, they were good. Actually, I thought they made those Echoes they used for industrial, like the guys who were doing all the boulevards and whatnot.
Yeah.
I seem to remember.
I think it was a Swedish company.
Huh? The ones with the 2 handles on there. Like you were saying before, Richard, humans, they need something to represent worth, whether it's a piece of gold, but still, it only represents how much work you get out of it, New fence post, new jacket, food, wood for your fire. But they need that representative of, for gold. Well, there has to be as much gold in the vault that represents how much money's being printed. Like, wow. We'll kind of evolve past that. We'll classify how much work we can get out of each dollar instead
What
of
I
a piece of gold.
was trying to say to Richard was, you spend good money for a good product, and it'll last you a fucking long time.
Yeah. True. I mean, I always go for, in quality, like from 1 to 10, I try to go for 7 or better, as I would classify in a scale. I don't need the
price of gold.
fancy, the fancy polished stainless steel or anything, but something just down, but with the internals about the same quality. So, instead of paying $1,400 for that fridge because it's got an ice dispenser and it's stainless steel, you pay $9 and you get the same stove or fridge that won't break down. It's very quiet, fuel or energy efficient. That's all you want.
Russell, do you own a tractor?
I did up on the farm at JD. John Deere.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I mean, they don't break down. They're, all the parts that are available and whatnot.
Yeah.
What I was surprised was a lot of my the parts that I was using on the tractor you could use on my diesel pickup, like same kind of whole set turbos.
Yeah, the PTT.
Well, it was good that way. What was that? The guy next door, he had a Belarus tractor. I laughed at that one. It was always broken. I said,
Yeah,
why would you get a Belarus, like from Belarus? Fucking tractor. Isn't there enough JDs up here? And why am I stuck?
I had a Kubota. and I
Oh
like,
yeah,
and I can
Yeah.
put my brush hog on the back, everything.
yeah. Oh no, Kubota makes good equipment. I had another guy that had a Toshiba tractor. That was different. It's like, where'd that come from? I knew they made loaders and excavators,
Yeah.
but yeah, it was Toshiba. So it was different.
Well, those guys are in everything. They just sold
Oh, yeah.
off their nuclear power division to somebody. That's a
Well, it's like-
huge fucking organization.
Well, I mean, I think the biggest is Hyundai. I mean, Hyundai actually fucking does everything. Ships. I think they own the Korea, really.
Yeah, I
Well, if you
wouldn't
look
be
at
surprised.
Hyundai, what Hyundai is in, like what like from everything to everything, build absolutely everything. I don't know if they build washing machines, but they probably have a subsidiary.
Yeah, you get big like that, you don't really want to put your name on it. It's like Carnegie.
Well, it's
His
better.
organization owns all kinds of shit, but you don't see anything that says, it says U.S. Steel. It doesn't say Carnegie Steel.
No, I mean Hyundai. You'll see the ships come in with the big Hyundai sign. They're not carrying
Right.
Hyundais. They do, but that's the shipping line part. But they more or less control Korea. I think big part of it. Anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've stopped and gone, stopped over on my flights there and gone to the hotels and stuff. And it's an interesting culture.
Is it?
Like if you miss your flight, the hotel they send you to is like 5-star with this amazing buffet and casino, and it's like an entirely different type of customer service than you would get anywhere in America. Even if you had a first class ticket.
Aren't
Pretty
the Japanese a little bit apologetic like that? If something goes wrong, they make sure everything's okay for you and whatnot. If you're a tourist,
Not as good as the Koreans, dude. I'm
No.
telling you, that Korean airport customer service is the best I've seen for just like the regular coach kind of people. It's really fantastic.
it's
Yeah,
funny what.
The Japanese have a saying for that. It's called "gomenasai."
Oh,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
The Tokyo
Yeah.
airport, it doesn't even stay open 24 hours a day. If you get stuck there, they kick you off and make you get on a train and just send you into Tokyo, which is like an hour on the fucking train.
the Japanese are very proud of their pureness. I remember when they were doing an excavation digging for archaeological little king bits in Japan, and they dug down to a certain level that was about, I don't know how many years, 60,000, 30,000 something. And they started finding Korean artifacts. So they filled the hole in. No, we don't want to know that. I thought that was interesting. They're quite upset that these Korean artifacts were found down in like I say, 30,000 year or whatever. So they figured Koreans had emigrated over to Japan Island. But the Japanese didn't want that to be exposed or the possibility of. I thought it was just interesting how it was closed up so quickly. Oh, fill the hole in. So they could be Japanese descent or Korean descendants. Probably fact.
Yeah, well, I know the Japanese are very proud people.
Oh yeah. Well, one thing I got to say, one time a Japanese, I don't know, official, he was kind of like chastising San Francisco and whatnot for their 1988 earthquake. Everything fell down. Oh no, you should have built them better like we do in Japan. We wouldn't have that kind of devastation architecturally here. And then they had their big earthquake and it all fell down. And he came out and he apologized. He said, when I criticized San Francisco, I was stupid because our buildings tumbled just the same. So we're no better. And I thought, you know, I would never hear that from any other person in any other country to come out and, you know, admit right out and say, yep, I made a stupid statement. And he did.
Imagine how much of an embarrassment Fukushima was.
But he actually came out and made a statement of apology that he criticized San Francisco for inept buildings that tumbled during an earthquake when theirs did the same, that they thought was structurally way more sound for a heavy earthquake. He came out and right said it, apologized. I thought, I wouldn't have heard that anywhere else but from a Japanese person.
No.
Ever.
I like the Japanese people. I also like the Vietnamese people.
Yeah. Are they quite nice and pleasant? I think I've met some Vietnamese people, but you know, I mean, I've met a lot of Oriental people. They all seem to be quite pleasant and friendly. It was funny up in Jasper when the Japanese tourists used to come out there. I'd be going on to get on a train to run, whether it passing train, freight, or whatever. And the little Japanese girls, you know, I'd be about 28 or whatever. They'd all crowd around pointing. Hey, look at the mountain man, you know. Because I got a, you know, the 6'3" or whatever, the blonde hair and whatnot. And they'd sit there and make me take pictures with them all the time. Big smiles on. They go, look at the big man from, you know, from the Rocky Mountains or whatever. And I'd be sitting there having to pose for pictures for them.
And they always hide their smiles behind the hands.
Oh, those little girls were quite cute. They all smiling away. Oh, take a picture. What do you do? What do you do? There. Wasn't allowed to bring them up on the train engine though, and take them out for a ride or anything. We got quite a big tourist bunch from Japan there though. They'd come in charter buses and whatnot, hundreds of them.
Where's this? British Columbia?
Yeah, but Alberta actually, British Columbia border, in the Rocky Mountains, Jasper National Park.
Yeah, I got you.
There's two. There's Banff down south and Jasper up north. Yeah, and they come in, you know, like big organized tours with, you know, 300 Japanese or whatever tourists. And they'd be, you know, all over town taking pictures. I didn't see them interfering with the bears or much out there. They were always, I guess, you know, not going to go out there and get themselves in trouble. Did you hear his TV real good, Shotgun?
I hear it, but it's not. I can't understand it.
No, I can't. I hear it quite prominently.
It's just noise in the background.
So how are you covered on healthcare, Shotgun? Or do you do your own?
Oh no, I'm covered to the day I die with the VA.
Oh, you do, eh? Okay. They haven't gone there yet, have they?
No, they haven't. Matter of fact, they're trying to improve the VA system. But I've never had any problems with the VA. Yeah, there's sometimes you got to wait in line, but you got to always be your own advocate.
Right.
And if they don't fucking want, if they take too long, you force their hand by going to the ER. I've never had a problem with them. The doctors are always great because they're usually located, like, for example, down in Durham, they're located outside Duke Medical, so they pull Duke physicians. Up in New York State, they pull up from Albany. So I've had nothing but good reports for the VA.
Yeah. How about relatives? Have you got any other relatives that would be affected?
No, I'm. My wife passed. I have no kids, so I'm on my own.
Oh. Yeah, I just wondered how much of a shock it'll be. I don't know how your system really works. How many people?
Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, I don't even pay for co-pays.
No, I heard the VA is pretty good on their coverage, but you know, you always hear that there's problems here and there.
The only thing they don't cover is eye and dental.
Oh, yeah. Well, dental. I mean, that's expensive. I know that, you know, quite often, like companies up here, the policies that had good dental policies are quite extensive coverage, like added extra medical benefits for any other country injury or illness, you know, beyond what your visa would pay.
Yeah.
Blue Cross and whatnot like that put you in a really good room, private. But not all companies would offer that. I remember with BC Rail, that was about the best policy that I saw in major companies for covering employees. Dental up to, you know, getting certain caps for cosmetics. They cover all root canals and everything else. But if you wanted there to get a whole bridge, like, you know, where they drill the holes and put those little threaded things and thread those teeth in there, they won't pay for that, you know, like the movie stars get.
Last year, I had 5 teeth pulled, 2 bridges, and a set of partials on the bottom. Cost me $9,000.
Yeah. I was going to say, that must have cost you $15,000, but I guess up here it probably cost 15. So that law, Shotgun, you know, the one that they call the anti-Muslim law? I wondered why it was written again that way. You know, I always thought, you know, when I heard other legal experts talk about how a law could be written within the Constitution and laws that, you know, don't allow for discrimination. And they were discussing you just make a law against the different regimes, where regimes are deemed to be unstable, dictatorial, lack of respect for human rights. You know, you could put a paragraph for about 2 weeks on the different fundamentals that make this country's leadership, and therefore the people, a threat. And then you can just implement the countries as you want. And they could take you up to court and challenge that they're not an unstable country and why are they included or whatever. But that would go through the courts for 100 years and be all sorts of different. But the law would still remain intact. I'm not saying that I back the law or nothing, but it would remain intact and it would take challenges after the fact but still be implemented. And you could implement any country. But you know, when you sit there and make a law like that and you exclude Saudi Arabia, Pakistan,
I know,
and Egypt, it makes it look like such a farce. It's like,
well, first,
you're not telling us the truth here. You're, you know, because these countries are worse than the others that you've excluded.
well,
But with the way I said, you can pick and choose the country. that covers people like the Philippines and Venezuela and everything, dude. And you can just search. This country has a crazy leadership. It's doing this and that, and it's in revolt. So we're going to have a ban on the people coming from there because they could be covert. And then they would have to argue that they're not. But I just thought, like so stupid. Like, if you're going to do a law, you got to be able to write it within the constitutional law, disguised. But then you still get your free hand in discriminate or saying which countries you pick. Oh no, that country's okay, and then they have to challenge. Well, no, they're stupider than us. And, why did you exclude them? Say us. But it would take a while to go through the courts. Even in the American courts, it was challenged there. But the law would still be intact. I don't know. It just blew my mind. I thought.
Well, I'm gonna.
Well, it even blew Dershowitz's mind. Was the same. He said the same thing. He goes, "Oh, why did they write it like that?"
Well, my opinion is that first of all, this kind of immigration ban only stops 10% of the Muslims that live in the world.
Exactly. I mean, it's more just for people to appease them. There's no real base in there that, okay, if we do this, there's no more terrorist attacks that can happen here. Of course there is, because it'll probably be a second generation kid anyway that usually does them.
Secondly,
huh?
Secondly, I have never seen a immigrant that has come to this country and has performed a terrorist act.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be too prevalent, Well, what about those kids that Russian, Dagestani? No, they were born. The ones up in Boston.
Thomas?
Yeah.
They were still born here, but they went back.
Okay, yeah, okay. That's right.
And the third thing is that all it does is just alienate ourselves from the people of the world. I don't see any value in it.
No.
However, the only caveat I would put on it is that the embassies in those countries could do a better job of vetting before they issue a visa. And I think that would be fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm going to agree with you anyway, Shotgun, because you're always thinking practically. But I just look at it as a law angle. Try to look at it in a way that why would they do this if they want to do that? There's ways to do it. Why would you be so upfront? That's all. I'm just confused why you would try twice and not have legal people in there saying, no, this is how we do it. And you can do this with it, Not that I back that law. I
just think it's Trump trying to put on a fucking bully face to the rest of the world.
But you would think that he'd have legal people in there that could, if they want that law, so they can tell people we're tough, to be able to do it properly. But I guess maybe you can't call it a Muslim ban if you do it as a regime ban.
It's not about a legal thing. It's about being the
truth.
Bully.
Yeah. It's feed for the base of support.
Exactly.
Well, we know, but I'm just looking at the legal thing. That's what I puzzled about. It's like, how come you can fuck up 3 times? Like, you got to have people in your Justice Department or legal experts they can refer to that can write these laws that aren't going to go against the Constitution. I mean, the Constitution's pretty thorough, I know.
I don't know. And I'm going to tell you that I voted for Trump.
Did you?
I just think he's being fucking, not the word arrogant. I don't want to use the word arrogant. I just think he wants to strengthen America through might and power.
I don't know. I remember Trump as a younger guy when he had the failings of the casinos and whatnot.
Oh, I remember that too.
But I just looked at him like ever since I was about 3 or 4, I remember my dad and mom telling me, "Don't lie. It's horrid. Don't lie. Don't lie." I remember my dad trying to re-emphasize it. Jesus will hate you if you lie. And I'm sitting there, okay, I shouldn't lie. They tell me it's pretty bad. Well, I'm pretty perceptive, and I watch people lying all the time. Parents, all these people. I'm going, yeah, but they're always lying. Like whether it's a white lie or a heavy lie, they're always trying to confuse you or trick you. Always telling fibs. So they're telling me not to do what they do. So I guess I've got to come to the conclusion that people try to con you. I didn't have a phobia or anything. I just thought it was funny. Like, they're always lying. They tell you not to. So ever since then, I always thought people were cons. And I used to always try to decipher a con from a non-con. So I was always looking at people, are you trying to con me? Especially when I heard something too good to be true. I was always like, no, this is a con. So when I first saw him, I always just saw that. I've never been able to see anything else. So, that's just what I see. That's all.
Lying is part of business in New York City.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm not putting anything into it, but that's all I saw as a con man, right?
Yeah.
And everything that comes with it. Not that he's a con man, evil or anything. Just somebody that talks something and doesn't have much substance for what it's said. That's all. Likes to be a showman and say this and that. That's all. You could classify Hollywood as all con people in a way. When you're acting or whatever. You don't like to put that. It sounds bad. Always conning you to fool you. Well, acting is that kind of, but it's a nice way of conning. I'm conning to believe I'm the character here. But that's all I saw. And I don't, other people don't see that. So that's the way it is,
Well, I've always believed in a yellow flag with a serpent, and that says, "Don't tread on me."
Yeah. Well, I've always been that way too. I don't like, if I don't interfere, I don't want to be interfered with.
I don't
usually that way.
You guys want to fucking lie and cheat and watch DC? Fine. Don't fucking affect me.
Yeah. But that's human nature too, right? That's what we're ruled by and whatnot.
Oh yeah. They're gonna find a way to suck the money out of people like you and me.
Oh yeah. It's always a question of where's my cut.
Right.
Where's my cut? Anything you want to involve with money, it's always like, oh, here comes the people that want to cut. Regulations. Where's this? Yeah, that's what we call it up here when there's, when somebody wants to do something like operate a little bit of a power plant themselves, like say from a creek that doesn't have any fish or whatever, on his own land. It's like, no, can't do that. No, it's just to power my house. It's not going to, you're doing something to the creek. No, it's a dribble creek and it goes down a hole and there's no fish. It doesn't matter.
Trout?
No, a friend of a guy I knew up in Braylor, and he had a little generator that worked off this little creek kind of thing that wasn't basically much. And he had it dammed and he had a reducer and whatnot. It flipped this generator pretty good to generate power for his wet cells. He had a bunch of wet cells there, like locomotive batteries. And he could charge them, or he could run his, his house off the generator if it was going high. And mostly it was to charge. And I don't know, provincial people came up. Somebody said something. They came and they said, you have to shut it down because you're diverting a creek. And he's going, but the creek actually flowed down to an area where it dropped under the ground and flowed underground and then met up with a river half a mile underground. So it didn't have any fish or any other kind of, but they said he had to shut it down because, I forget, it was kind of a real stupid reason. It's like, diverting the natural water, but there's nothing to do with any kind of like frogs or salamanders. It was a fast flowing little brook, came out of the ground, went so far and then went back into the ground and flowed underground. But they didn't want him to power his little generator from that way. I was like, what? But somebody had turned him in. And then the people in town didn't really like the guy that was up there, and he was kind of, he left. And Bill still had his little generator running. But
Well,
it's just,
I've been fishing primarily shad down here in North Carolina, but at the end of next month, I'm going back up to New York State. I'm looking forward to pulling some trout out of those streams.
oh yeah. Well, New York's got some nice area in there, doesn't it?
The Catskill Mountains, that's where I live.
Yeah. I remember reading a book about a kid that raised a falcon in the Catskill Mountains. What was it called? Frightful or something was the falcon's name. What was My Side of the Mountain or something? Was that what it's called?
I don't know. I live about 10 minutes north of Woodstock.
Oh, yeah.
A place called Phoenicia.
Yeah, I got relatives in Quebec and whatnot that we're always going out to New York.
We have a river running down called the Essepan.
Right.
And, any given day, I can go down to the banks and pull out a couple decent-sized trout.
No, I like I said, I've never crossed the bridge there. I was in where is it? Well, I forget the name. No, there's a bridge that goes over to New York from Canada, from Ontario.
There's quite a few bridges.
Yeah, there is. There's one
that goes to Detroit.
Yeah. Well, I went across that a few times. I went. My ex was working in Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
Lived in Ypsilanti, so we were crossing that bridge at Windsor all the time. And I've been through the Sarnia there. And that was to get to Pontiac, Michigan. But I'm trying to think of the stupid town on the other side of the bridge where my ex's mother lives. Longstreet is where she.
What town was it?
Well, that's what I'm trying to think. Why can't I think? You know what? I'm getting old now, and sometimes I just forget. Well, no, I do. I forget things that I should. I'll get into that later. Where the hell is that stupid? No, it's a big bridge, longer than one from Windsor to over the Detroit River there. It's almost like I have to go to the map. But I know a lot of, there's those bridges from Quebec too. Now, go over the Fraser. And Fraser, I mean St. Lawrence. You ever been up to Canada?
Me? Yeah, I've been up to Toronto.
Have you? Just into the city part?
No, just cruising up there just to see what it's all about. Then I cross back over to Vermont.
Oh, yeah. Where they grow the sugar maples.
Yeah.
What is that speaking town?
And then from Vermont to Maine for some lobster.
Oh, right. Yeah, the lobster.
You know what I thought about Canada going up to Toronto? It's very, very flat.
Yeah, that's southern Ontario there. It's pretty well the same way. You know, it's kind of like farmland and whatnot all the way down
exactly.
To. But I mean, think of it ancient. If you go back to the Ice Age and that was all just lake floor anyway, right?
Yeah.
Pretty well swampland. Why can't I remember that name of that town? I bought clothes in it too.
What state did you pass into?
Oh, it was New York.
Oh, okay. Maybe I could help you out.
I got the map here, but it won't show any fucking towns. Oh, here we go. Hawkesbury. That's Ottawa. Cornwall. That's the name of the town, Shotgun. Cornwall. Jeez. I forgot it. Kind of,
it wasn't in Niagara Falls, was it?
no, it's up by Fort Covington and that area. Brasher Ironwork, Brasher Falls State Forest and stuff. That part of New York. Potsdam, that area, Plattsburgh.
Okay.
Cornwall, yeah, you cross the bridge here. And it's close to Messina. But we never went across the bridge. No, most of the time in the States, like I said, I've spent in Michigan.
Was that the Seaway International Bridge?
I forget what it's called. I think that rings a bell.
It crosses the St. Lawrence?
Yeah, from Cornwall to. I never went across it, like I said.
From what I see, it's called the Seaway Bridge.
Yeah, that's it. Cornwall Island, and it goes over there, yeah. But we never did go over there. But like I said, I was always in Michigan there for quite a while. And all the rest of the time was Washington, Oregon, and California. I had cousins in California. Spent a lot of time in Oregon, the coast. Washington, we always went down there for the drag races and concerts and everything else. Yeah, went to Seattle a few times for NHRA drag races and concerts.
Nice.
Seen Led Zeppelin there in Kingdom, The Who.
You what?
Rolling Stone.
You saw Zepp?
3 times. 73, 5, and 7. Yeah.
Let me tell you a story about my time with Zeppelin. It was 1972. I was on leave.
Cool.
And I was with a buddy of mine who was the son of the Peruvian ambassador to Denmark. And this was in Copenhagen.
Oh, yeah.
And so he convinced the backstage guard that he was Jimmy Page's brother. And they let us back there. Me and my buddy. And we went back there and we fucking party with Zeppelin. I mean,
Yeah.
they had cases of Heineken back there.
Yeah.
John Paul Jones was fucking tripping. And we fucking party with them for 20 minutes backstage.
Cool. What did you introduce yourself, or just come in and say, "Oh yeah, how you doing?"
And we just said, how you doing? They just took us in.
Yeah, they must have thought you were roadies or somebody's friend, or something.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we were just kids, We were all, I think we were about 18 or something like that. They knew we weren't roadies, but
Nope.
I mean, they were so fucking high that they just invited us back.
Oh well, that's good for the fans.
John Bonham was still alive too.
Oh yeah, 72. Yeah, everybody would have been there. Bonham, he must have been drinking.
Oh man, it was such a great concert. Such a great concert.
I bet. You get to go backstage and party with the people. I mean, fun.
Yeah.
Not many fans get to do that,
No.
Imagine how many girls would give whatever to do that.
And you know what? This was before fucking cell phones, so there was no selfie.
Oh yeah, no, I know. No, that was back in the real days.
But I still have I still
Ticket?
have my friend. He's still alive. He can verify this.
Well, why would you make the story up?
I know, I know.
Things like that happen. I mean, they do. I mean, I got no claim to fame. Oh, I met. Um, why do I forget their name? Loverboy. Mike Reno and whatnot.
Yeah.
I used to, screw around in garage bands and think I was a rock star, but I had a real job. But yeah, we were doing some stuff, and we got invited to their party there. It was an after album celebration. So we were going to do a jam up there, but it didn't come out. But those guys were all cool, like that. Mike.
Yeah, that happened 2 more times to me. Once with Grand Funk Railroad and once with Santana. Amanda, what's up? Amanda, what's your thoughts on Cormier versus Johnson on April 8th? Okay.
Oh, shotgun gun. Yeah, okay then. So you're gonna come on there, Dave. So I like to talk right now. Hey, Dave, it's all right to come on the chat now. There's nobody that'll attack you. And you can talk like however you want. Ronan Kanushi. Are you coming on, Ronan? You can come on. There you go, Ronan.
Hello, Russell Burnshaw.
Yeah, hi, Ronan. I tried to unmute you on my set there, but it wouldn't let go, so it just stayed dark.
Oh yeah, no, you have to have mods issued to you.
Right, exactly.
And no, we're good. What's
Okay.
new?
Hey, what's new? Oh, nothing. I'm surprised that my surge isn't on here. I shouldn't say that. It could be bad. Bad omen.
Okay, one more time. Life isn't obvious.
Life. No, I said I'm surprised that Live Surge hasn't showed up yet.
Oh well, he stayed up a pretty long time. He might be, catching up on things. Hair care. Eating.
Yeah, I think I've seen where he'd stayed on there for 16 hours straight or something. Maybe longer. Gotta give him an A for endurance.
Well, he didn't do well, but he was here that long. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, just present. Oh, somebody at the door just turned on.
Hello, Davis.
Oh, Ronan, for some reason I couldn't go on the hangout a couple of minutes ago. I don't know what the hell was going on. Maybe just an interference in my end. I don't know. A request from the panel. Hopefully, Athena will give me a request, but she'll probably mute me, so it doesn't really matter. Anyone, a request, please? I'll sing a song for you. I'm in a kind of singing mood because I'm happy my son's with me. He's sitting right next to me right now.
Take your pick. I mean,
No. I want. I'd rather have a request. I don't like forcing a song on people. I'd rather have a request. If I know it, I'll sing it. I'm happy because my son's with me. I was kind of depressed yesterday because he was away. He's sitting right next to me now. No, you're not talking. Just you shut up.
there was the request always on my mind.
Always
by
on my mind. Wow.
Ronan from New York City.
Yeah, I know. I see it. Right. Okay. I'll give it a bash. Dio. I can't sing Dio through tech. I haven't got a feminine voice. Especially when I'm smoking. Donny Zane says, fuck you, Russell. He actually says hi, but I think he really means fuck you. Lyrics to Always on My Mind. Oh, God. Ronan from Brooklyn, I mean, you could have picked a fucking better song than this. It's kind of depressing. I think there's a hidden agenda behind it. If I know him as much as I do know him, I think there's a hidden agenda behind it. I need to have the song playing in the background. I'm sorry, so you've got another couple of minutes to wait. Ah, for God's sake. I don't even want to sing that fucking song. It's depressing. It's like a guy singing about a dead wife or something like that. That's the way I've always thought about it. But anyway, I'll give it a go.
Now you got to go.
What was that? He's going to sing again, Ronan?
Hey, here we go.
Oh.
Maybe I didn't treat you quite as good as I should have. Maybe I didn't love you quite as often as I could have. Little things I should have said and done, I just never took the time. You were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. Maybe I didn't hold you all those lonely, lonely times. And I guess I never told you I'm so happy that you're mine. If I made you feel second best, girl, I'm sorry I was blind. You were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. Tell me that your sweet love hasn't died. Give me one chance to keep you satisfied. Nah, I hate that song, man. All the Elvis songs you pick, it's fucking that one. I hate that song. It's too depressing. Elvis shouldn't be depressing. Ray, I didn't want to sing that fucking song.
But you did
And
well.
Athena as well. It was
But you
Ronan from Brooklyn that wanted me to sing that. I'll
But
sing another Elvis song if you
But
want.
you did well. How about okay? Let's go on to another one. You know, you're happy. Just
Yeah, I know Athena and Ray are going to say it's terrible. But that's just the way they are. Athena,
Well-
when Athena says it's bad, it means it's good. So,
Well, they could try.
I'm trying a little bit out of psychology on her.
Well, let them take it. You let them take a turn, okay? If they want to sing, fine.
Yeah, exactly. But they won't. They don't even come up on the panel. If you notice that, see the ones that have got lots to say on the text. They're very silent when it comes to the panel. They're very silent when it comes to the panel. Yet they're loud as hell when it comes to the text. They're almost trolls. I'm not suggesting you're a troll, Athena, or Ray, because you're not, because you've been here since day one. But you're acting like ones.
If it chat like a
Come
troll,
on here and enjoy the fun.
if it chat like a troll, if it talks like a troll, if it posts like
Yeah, I know,
a troll,
Ronan.
it's a troll.
I know, Ronan.
Technically,
I know, man.
technically, we're all.
But you know
trolls.
yourself. You've
We
known Ray
are
of Sunshine
all
and you've known
trolls.
Athena Unicorn for
David.
well, not years.
We
Known
are
them for a long time.
each and every one of us is a troll, according to the definition.
Yeah, I suppose in our own way we are. Yeah, I would have to agree with you
Is
there.
it a good troll or a bad troll? You know, just like the Wizard of Oz. Are you a good witch or a bad witch? You know, there's a lot of bad witches out there.
Dave, you just got to give him some more nasal, you know. Treat me like a fool.
I hated that song, but I mean, I'll sing Elvis, but I hate that fucking song. I hate
All
that
you ever
song
did
because it's
was
too
love me.
depressing.
Which one?
It's too depressing. Always on my mind. It's too fucking depressing. It's like a guy mourning over the death of his wife. To me, that's the way I've always thought about it.
Do American Trilogy then, you know. I wish I was.
Well, I'll do it in the ghetto if you want. I'll do that.
In the land of cotton, all time is there and not forgotten. Look away. There you go.
I'll do it in the ghetto. I know that.
Huh?
I'll do it in the ghetto. That's part of the American trilogy.
In the ghetto, there's a young man in a rose in the night.
I just need to find it first.
In the ghetto.
Yep, in the ghetto. Oh shit! I went to the wrong fucking page. I need to start a
And
new
his
one.
mama
There you go.
cried.
And his mama cried. Me and Buddy done a good version of that the other day.
In his hand, and I know what you're gonna do. Voice of laughs in the ghetto.
It's just my
In the ghetto.
laptop's got a bit of lag in it, so it's taking a while to load up pages. I've already got two. In fact, I can ditch the Google Hangouts page. So
Huh?
Maybe just speed it up a bit.
What was that weird Donnie Zane saying again?
Oh, just the usual crap.
I know.
I actually used to hate the guy, but now I think he is actually quite funny.
Oh, I don't know. I don't try to figure him out. He's just.
He's just a troll. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you either put up with it or you don't. Right, here we go. In the gate will be Elvis Presley. Just give me a second because I want to get the lyrics up. Because
You got to be more wit.
get the lyrics right, man. You don't want me to fuck the song up.
Well, go to Google, put down the song, go to lyrics.
I'm just about to. This is what I'm doing right now. Come on, man! I'm a pro when it comes to singing on YouTube tunes.
Oh, I've done a few myself, but usually in front of people.
This is why all the
Karaoke
women love me,
bands.
apart from Athena. Apart from Athena, all the women love me
Ah,
because I sing.
I see.
But Athena's the only one that doesn't.
Ah,
Yep. She loves me. There's a difference. Like, where the hell's in the fucking ghetto? I can't find it. I'm gonna have to. Oop. Right, here we go. In the ghetto. Elvis Presley. I don't have been muted. No, I'm still on. Just everybody else is muted. Hey, here we go. As the snow flies on a cold and gray Chicago morning, a poor little baby child is born in the ghetto. And his mama cries. 'Cause if there's one thing that she don't need, it's another hungry mouth to feed in the ghetto. People, don't you understand? A child needs a helping hand, or he'll grow up an angry young man someday. Take a look at me and me. Are we too blind to see? Do we simply turn our heads and look the other way? Well, the world turns. And a hungry little boy with a runny nose playing in the street with the cold wind blows in the ghetto. And his hunger burns. So he starts to roam the streets at night, and he learns how to steal, and he learns how to fight in the ghetto. And one night in desperation, the young man breaks away. He buys a gun, steals a car, tries to run, but he don't get far. And his mama cries. As a crowd gathers round a younger young man, face down in the street with a gun in his hand in the ghetto. And as our young man dies, on a cold and gray Chicago morning, another child is born in the ghetto. And his mama cries. Well, that wasn't exactly a happy song. I don't see anyone else singing, do I? It's just got to be me. Or no one. Is that the whole point? Ah.
How about light my fire? No, that's got
At least I fucking try. All you bastards can criticise me all you fucking like, but at least I fucking try. I'm not on about the people on the panel. I'm on about the YouTubers. Although, there Athena being sarcastic. Right, okay, Athena, I'll accept your fake criticism, your fake praise. Thank you very much, darling. I love you too.
Well, if I didn't hear your voice and I didn't know Athena Unicorn.
Oh, sorry, I've got it. Sorry, Ronan, give me a second. Right, I've muted.
No better, I would say she was complimenting you if I didn't know.
I don't think she is. I know Athena. She wasn't complimenting me. Believe me, she wasn't.
Don't know that.
I know Athena. She wasn't complimenting me.
Okay, well, I tell you what. I'll just follow what she says next. See if she's being sarcastic or I don't know.
I mean, I know when she's being sarcastic. There, she's even telling Ray to stop attacking me. I know that's sarcastic. But I don't mind. I mean, the fact she's called me David suggests sarcasm. And Master Bates is just...
Dave. She wrote Dave.
Yeah, I know, but she's called me David, which means sarcasm, basically.
Oh, okay.
Man, I'll sing Light My Fire if you want, but the only thing is, with Light My Fire, there's two different versions. One's got about a fucking 20-minute bleeding organ solo in the middle, so I need to find the right one.
Well,
the radio version.
Whatever you like. But no,
I'll sit. No, well, I can't sing a one that's got a 20-minute bleeding organ solo in it. It's going to. I will sing Light My Fire because it's a good song. Oh, where are we? There we go. I don't need the lyrics because I know the lyrics off the heart. Oh, there we go. There's the right. Oh, boom, boom, boom. Boom. You know that it would be untrue. You know that I would be a liar if I was to say to you, girl, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. The time to hesitate is through. No time. Music just stopped for some reason. Oh, the whole stream's fucking stopped. I think my fucking laptop's gone. Nope, I can still hear myself. My laptop's fucked. I'm going to have to reboot, guys. I'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Ronan.
Yes, Russell.
Oh, nothing. I just saw your emblem up there. We're at a mid concert break, I guess.
David thinks there was something wrong with his mic. Just muted him for a minute.
Who?
That guy Dave, what he was singing, I muted him and unmuted him, and then he went into a short circuit or something.
Yeah, I guess he figured it was a failure on his side.
Yeah, fucking nerd.
I got a chuckle out of it.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, man, it's been a privilege to meet you, man, and get to know who you are and the things you've been saying, man.
Yeah,
Been
you
one of the
too.
good ones out of the Al Jazeera.
Eh? Yeah, well,
Yeah, I mean, you got the guts to jump on the panel as soon as you got here. That was pretty cool.
yeah, I thought it was good there for a while. That I guess there's some people that can kind of get under my skin there.
Hey, I sit here and I wonder, since you and Liz are both Canadian,
Yeah.
I see the difference between both of you guys.
Well, I hope so. I mean, I mean, as far as that being a representative, no, that's an extreme version. I mean, I don't meet those people very often, Ramondo. I mean, all the people I've ever worked with and whatnot like that, with those kind of views, well, or that kind of attitude. Like I always said, I train people and whatnot to do stuff throughout my career.
I think
never
the
came
guy's
across
coming
somebody
along.
like, huh?
I think he's coming along. I think he had one objective, and then obviously during spending time with us here, I think his objective has changed.
Yeah. Well, the emotionalism has to stop by always trying to be better than everybody, the patronization, the little statements like, well, I guess you didn't know that, but, or and that kind of like chastising. It's
Right.
childish, And then to actually, if you feel like you're threatened, to start trying to bring up, segments of the discussion and oh no, the border was here. It's like, oh, it's a diversion, it's like, well, where's your proof? But that kind of gets laborious, it's like, oh, I got no time for this. If you're just trying to make a statement. But hey, that's the way people are. He's exceptional. I mean, like I said, I only gave up ever training one person. And then all the other instructors gave me shit. They go, what the fuck did you give up training him for? And I said, well, I just can't get through to him. You're not putting him on me. And then nobody would train him. But that was about the only time I ever had a person that was difficult. And him, it was just more of a dyslexic thing.
Yeah, I'm starting to enjoy him. I didn't like him very much with the text string,
right?
Saying kill Americans and all this bullshit. But
yeah, that could be.
I'm noticing he's coming along. I think he's getting along.
I don't think people make statements like that just to stir the pot, whether they really believe it. Oh, I gotta check my food to be out.
Dale, go do your thing. Rodin Contusi. Hey, Ronan, you alive or what?
Yes, yes, Armando Vargas.
Unfortunately. What's up, man? You okay?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You're not getting all like sensitive on us, right?
Oh no, you're still bullies, stuck up, vindictive, condescending people. And I'm just playing it off.
I was actually thinking about
your
that.
best friend Richard Garnash comes in here, I leave because that stupid man cannot face me. Like the coward he represents of the group.
Well, Ronan, I think Richard enjoys talking to you. I think Liz is probably
stupid.
A different subject, but
stupid.
You don't even notice who enjoys talking to you.
Stupid man. I know what I'm talking about. You don't.
Ah, man, you gotta be born again.
Timed out by the people you threaten me about. Bro. Why is that, you bullies? I said nothing wrong, and I'm getting timed out by the people you threatened me about.
There's nobody's timed you out, man.
Really? Why would I
Yeah,
be
you look,
complaining if it wasn't true?
because you're a complainer. But hold on, man. Let me go check your profile. You're not banned or anything.
Profile.
No, your YouTube account. I have your YouTube account here on.
Well, I don't know anything about that. I don't care. That's not nothing to do with the point. That bullies
What's up with you, man?
me out,
You
and I'm
on the
not
wrong
even
side.
talking to them, especially the one you threatened me about.
Hey, I suggest
control over it, and I'd like it because it makes me look good for all the wrong reasons, obviously.
Let me see. No, man, you're crying, man. You're good. You're good, man. You're not even timed out. Nobody's timed nobody out.
You say so, but all the bullies that you support, they're the ones pushing people around. They're the ones muting me. They're the ones ejecting me. And I'm happy with it because I use this drama voice to call it out about you stuck-ups. And it makes me look good for all the wrong reasons.
Hey, who is this Antonio Fletcher?
Antonio Fletcher. Okay, that guy, if it's the real Antonio Fletcher, right, that man is a theist. He's really into it. Like, I mean, he's hardcore theist. He belongs to a group that hangs around with Beckel, what is it? True empiricism. The other guy, I forget, but that general group of theists, you know, he's actually interviewed me one time on Hangout. He has a video, audio of me in Hangout talking to him. He's a real hardcore theist, man. He's like Jesus all the way kind of guy. I mean, I explained it to him, and he's very diplomatic, you know, but he's really petty. When I was trying to get into a chat one time, right? And he had mods, and I asked, and I tried to get in, and I was blocked. I couldn't even start to get in, right? And then Antonio Fletcher has his own Hangouts, and we chatted. And at one point, he was having a hangout, and I was chatting. I was making points, so to speak, you know. And then I said, since I didn't get a link or an answer, I said, "Well, thank you. I'll have to leave." And I left. Big deal. And then he posts something. Well, we didn't want you in the first place. He's one of those hypocrites that you support. So you'd get along well, you know. But he's petty. He's petty. He's more or less like a man that'll walk in your shadow. And he's only brave when he's around you. He's that type of person.
As if.
Yeah, you'll love him. In other words, you'll love him. You will love him.
You're telling me I'm just like him?
Well, do you time me out for no reason? Eject me for no reason?
No, do I walk in anybody's shadow?
No. Oh, no. I've never said that. He walks in your shadow. That's a compliment. That's a compliment in spite of my pointing out the facts about how I'm treated around here by your friends, the bullies. I love the drama. But it's fact. But that's the fun part. It's fact, Armando Vargas. It is fact, and it's going to happen again.
Yeah, I know, but I think you kind of invoke that. Like if
I'm talking to someone else, Armando Vargas, and your bully friends come around, and your bully friends come around, and they time me out, that is not being nice. That's being a bully. That's being a stuck up. And you support.
No, we're just humbling you, man.
You're in control. You're in the majority. Congratulations. You make me look good for all the wrong reasons.
Since you don't do nothing with the mods, I don't really care about wrenching your account at all. I don't think you really do anything to harm the channel. But
I haven't since you've met me.
Yeah, I know.
Met me.
But,
since you've met me, in spite of the way you treat me and allow those petty, vindictive people to treat me. I love the drama. I love this.
My only concern with the
movie. What's that, please?
My only concern with you is that even like when people treat you nice, like when buddies like, get on here, Ronan, come on, Ronan, you know, and then you come and you're
Setting
like,
it up, you know it. Setting it up, you know it. He's setting
No,
it
I'm
up,
just
you
saying.
know it.
You got to be able to notice when people actually enjoy.
Well, they better be
being
able to
in the presence.
maintain it if they're that in that control. And I test it like you test me all the time. I test it. So what? So what? If you throw a stone, I can't throw a stone.
As a matter of fact,
Please.
withholding your stone makes you look stronger than when people throw stones
That's what
at
I
you and
do.
you
That's why
hold your stone.
That's why I'm mocking, japing all of you for being such petty, vindictive people.
Right.
That's
So
holding
when
my
you hold your
stone.
stone,
That's
it makes
holding my stone. Do you know a
Okay.
stone gathers more speed as it falls, right?
a good one.
Yes. Oh no, I wrote something real pretty here for you, but you've never been available for me. And I wrote a couple of other things, you know, that were kind of funny.
Let's go through it.
Huh?
Let's go through it.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I got a lot of
All
paper
right.
on my clipboard. Oh yeah, this is real. That's the funny part. Oh, this is real. I can back it up because I got it right here. Okay.
It'll be okay. Bro, this is a cocaine paranoid dude.
Okay, remember we were talking about. This is one of them. There's more. I have to flip more pages. Remember, I had said. Do you remember I had said the basis of laughter is fear, right? And everybody went berserker and stuff like that. You know, got all carried away. Then y'all had to think about it and forgot about it. Then I'm anticipating you coming back, and then I wrote this, but you didn't come back, right? This is last week on Saturday about. But okay, here's the question. Okay, I'm setting you up. Yeah, you know it. I'm setting you up. Yeah,
I can smell it.
Okay, why do younger people make fun of older people? Why?
Fear. I see what you're saying because they fear of getting older.
Fear. Right. They don't know it. They're not aware of it. It's like you and your dentures.
That's one thing, like and then
you know that fear
another
right
thing.
There? When you said you and your dentures, you're actually thinking about losing your own teeth. That's what.
Yeah, I think
that's exactly what that is.
That has to,
oh yeah,
I think that has to do with everybody though. No, everyone is like that. When you point a finger, you got 4 pointing back at right. Go ahead.
Right. Well, 3 technically. Well, unless you're one of the rare cats that have 6 toes, you know. But
4, 3. I mean, it's a Caucasian phrase. I'm not too fond of those.
Yeah. No, but I'm just having fun with you about that. But we settled that.
Yeah. But let's say for instance, like when you had said laughter is fear, I think about laughter, and let's say for instance, a baby toddler saying his first word that makes people laugh. There's other things that has nothing to do with fear.
Why did they laugh at him on the volume? I can explain why. Go ahead. Yeah, why do they laugh?
I mean, I'll tell you mine. Like if I see my boy, if I'm holding my son and he does something and it makes me laugh, it's probably because I don't know how to put it in words. Let me see. Acknowledgement. Like I'm acknowledging the fact that he is recognizing me. Maybe I have no idea, but it has nothing to do with fear. It's just genuine laugh. You know, it's kind of not even a laugh. It's kind of just like a smile.
Right. Okay.
It wouldn't be classified as a laugh.
No. Going back to where you pointed out about a baby saying their first words, and the adults start laughing and they're happy. The fear is that the baby would not speak in the first place. The surprise of them hearing the child say that. That's what makes them laugh, because it's like, oh, what a surprise. In other words, they, in the back of their mind, they're saying, I want this entity, the child, to grow up, to speak quickly, to walk, to be very smart. And that's a fear. That's a concern. And you're more and more concerned. And all of a sudden, the baby says their first words. But that's all subconscious in the back of the mind. You're not aware of it. We are not aware of it.
I don't think it derives from a fear place inside the person when they smile at things like that. for some reason. Like I said, smile. It's not laugh. So you're probably onto something on the laughing part. So that means when you go ha 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 ha, it's out of fear, huh?
Well, that's a relief. That's a relief. In other words,
So that has nothing to do with fear.
no. What the basis of laughter? The basis of laughter is fear. Laughter comes after you overcome the fear. That's why I framed it that way. The basis of it. In other words, after you're
Yeah, the
relieved, you
foundation.
laugh. When you get the punchline of a joke, that's when you laugh. The basis of laughter is fear. That's why I
Now,
stated.
how many different kinds of fear you see?
Oh no, it's only one.
There's one.
It's only
But
one.
there's one. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
The fear is based on survival. It's only one thing, but how a person perceives it. In other words, let's say you have a pet dog, okay, and you have a pet dog, okay. The dog loves you. It's a good dog, nice, beautiful dog. Everything's great, and then you have some people come over, but one of the children has never seen a dog. It's a little child. It's a child, right? And they're gonna wonder if the dog starts barking real loud, they'll be scared to a degree, right? But they will have this fear. Everyone has that cautious nature, right? Going at anything, like you were dealing with a bunch of crazy daisies on the highway, right? There's a concern there, but you overcome it because you're aware, you're confident, so you're not really concerned about someone cutting you off. You're just ready automatically, no problem. But if it was someone new starting to drive a vehicle, they would have fear, right? They would be more cautious, or think that they have no fear and be less cautious. That's how that works. But it's just one fear. It's how it's perceived and to what degree, right? That makes people really like shaky or something like that, or just just wonder for a moment. But it just depends on the person's perspective. Okay, let's go on to another one. I like that when you said, well, he's harmless. I like that one. And then the antonym, the opposite of harmless is, you're going to like it here at the end, is bad, damaging, experience, destructive, injurious, harmful, strong, what is it? Evil, hurtful, sinful, wicked. So if you say I'm harmless, I am not evil, hurtful, sinful, or wicked.
Well, you are. Well, the thing about the sinful part, you would always remain a sinner.
Well, no, it says here in the dictionary, and I wrote it down.
Yeah, no, I
the
can say
opposite of
you're
harmless.
not
And remember,
malicious.
I'm glad you called me harmless because I'm not evil, hurtful,
Well, I
sinful,
call
or
many
wicked.
people harmless.
Well, here,
I
look,
think
I'm putting the paper up to the mic. Can you hear it?
I could yeah, it's funny the fact that you got a notepad. But what I was gonna tell you about the harmless, I call everybody harmless. Well, not everybody, but you know what I mean. But the whole thing about harmless, it has nothing to do with the fact that that you don't sin. I mean, the word sin is just doing something wrong. So if I would ask you, have you ever lied? You would have to say yes, right? 'Cause
Well,
then you'll
yeah.
be a liar.
Well, yeah.
So that's what I mean about the whole thing. So when you throw away the lying part of it, everybody's harmless, you know. And what I mean about harmless is the fact that you don't try to get into people's personal space. I mean, unless you're trying to dissect them,
Well,
right?
your friends do. Your friends
Yeah.
do. Ray of Sunshine's petty. Jay Tudor's
Yeah.
petty. Richard Garnosh is petty. I can go on.
They're your friends too.
No, they're not. I call no one friend. You already know
Okay.
that one from Jump Street.
You
Yeah,
cannot
come
call
over here.
them.
Come over here so I can eject you. Come on over here so I can eject you. Come on over
Tell
here
you-
so I ask you a question and keep on talking instead of allowing you to answer. You're like, get
Tell
over
you
here
what,
so I can snipe you from the chat,
By the
from
word,
the
by
hangout.
the
Yeah,
word,
that's your petty friends. I
by
call
the
no
word
one friend.
definition, without blowing up without blowing up the word too much.
See, but
by
see,
the
what
word.
what they expect is for me to cower. You know what you mean? Cower? You mean like, okay, Richard Gardner,
No,
that's
they don't. It's
okay.
basically
You can boss me
basically.
around. Oh, well, yeah, then now you can be our friend. I'm Richard. I'm King Richard. Now you can be my friend. Oh, no, forget you, you stupid man. And I love it. I can put all this drama into my voice and have fun calling out you and your petty friends. And it's the truth.
Yes,
That's the difference. It's the
well, the
truth.
truth is the fact that we're all
It's the
friends.
truth. It's reality. You
The
have
fact,
record of it.
the fact is that we're all friends by the definition of the
Your
word,
words,
bro.
not mine.
Well, by the
Hey,
definition of the word,
that
we're all
okay?
friends.
Time out. Is that the way you treat your friends? By
Who,
sniping them?
me?
Is that yeah? I mean, well, you've done it with me. You say you're my friend. Fine.
Done it
You've
with more
sniped
than
me. You've timed me out. You've ejected me. You've masked me, and you've been rude to me when I was trying to state facts all along. Haven't changed. And then,
Yeah, but I
and then
don't.
everybody comes in and starts playing with the whipping boy.
I
That's
don't
it,
do it to you
right
because you're
there.
stating
You see,
facts.
that's
I
the
do it to
difference.
you.
That's the difference. And
I
when
only do
you
it.
change your
I do it
tune,
because it triggers
maybe
me.
I can consider the idea of a friend. No, forget it.
That means we're making
Wait, that's
changes.
right. But see, once you, Armando Vargas, change the face of
On it.
this hangout and tell your petty, bigoted, condescending, vindictive friends
Yeah,
to,
but they're
hey,
self
be
they're
civil. When you
correcting.
tell them to be civil, and when you don't
They're
threaten me, when I
yeah,
talk
but
about
like
talking to someone, then maybe. And you know what? It'll never happen. It will never happen, Armando Vargas.
I disagree. I think they're self correcting.
Prove it to me.
Everybody.
Prove it to me. And it's got to be 100% when it starts, and it cannot change
Oh no. You see
until
that's
it ends.
you're
And you
expecting too much.
cannot. You have no control over your petty, vindictive, condescending friends that I call bullies.
Then why you give me a hard time if you know I have no control over them bullying you or not?
Well, because when you make a blanket statement like "we're all friends here," that's what I'm calling you out for.
Well, we are.
We hang out here. I can say that. I
We're
can
associates.
agree
We're
with that.
friends.
We hang out here. I can agree with that. We hang out here. Okay, that's it. That's simple enough. I got it. But if people want to be, playing
You
these
associate
games with
yourself.
me, playing these games with me
Associating
because
with us
they can, and they can't handle addressing the facts, talking about the issue, and if they're wrong, they won't admit they're wrong. That's where they get mad, and they start
Well,
to
I mean,
snipe me, eject me,
everybody
mask me. You do
everybody
it.
seems to have that
You
demon
do it.
inside of them
You do it.
that they don't like correcting themselves.
Well, put it this way: you do it too. So they have free reign. Let's get the whipping boy. Cool.
Yeah, you do this.
I have fun calling you out. That's it. Simple as that.
I care less. You're not calling me out.
Right.
I'm doing the best I can.
Right.
Really
But see,
don't.
I'm going to continue calling out your petty, vindictive, condescending friends.
I think everybody's getting self-corrected. I think even Liz is coming around, noticing that we're just people. So,
well, yeah, you might be able to work with LaSurge. Yep, you might be able to work
well,
with.
we're working with you too. Obviously, you have.
Well, you complete failures. You all are
What? Not
failures.
necessarily.
If I'm still talking like this, pointing out the fact that happened today.
Yeah, because when you wake up, it's almost like like Groundhog Day.
You know what? You know what will get me into your all's good graces when I become as petty and vindictive and condescending as you all are. That's when I'm going to be accepted. I don't want to be accepted. I don't want to be petty. I can't do it. I cannot do it.
When you sit here and you spew your rhetoric of stupid friends and your repetition, I mean,
no, just one man. It's just one man I call a stupid man. Other names, I have nicknames for somebody else. I'm creative. In case you haven't figured it out,
why you can't just take people? Why you can't just filter the bullshit and take people's talents? Like as far as like with Richard, I like his whole stock and bond conversation. I don't know why you just don't filter the rest of the bullshit and just accept that little piece.
He is using general terms, and he basically presents it like he knows what he's talking about. He doesn't. I proved it the first time I met him.
You're talking about
the first time I met him.
I'm not talking about the overall.
And he's a higher priority than I am. You know, and
What
you
does that
don't
mean?
treat everybody. If you can't
That's
treat
the
everybody the
jealousy.
same,
That's
then
exactly what
obviously
I've been
you want
observing.
enemies too.
I have been observing that you get a little jealous when others are praised in any kind of manner.
I've got no problem with praise. It's the fact that
What?
some people don't know what they're talking about sometimes, and that's what I call out. And if you want to play that, back to
But
saying,
what are we talking
I call
about?
no one
Politics?
friend.
Hold on. You telling me Richard doesn't know what he's talking about according to what? Politics?
There's a lot of things that he does not know
How about stocks
what he's
and bonds?
talking about.
How about
Okay,
stocks?
when he tries to say this is the way it's going to happen here and there and blah blah blah, and I said, well, it doesn't work that way, and then he gets mad and stuff, and then mutes me. Or if I'm talking
Yeah,
to
but you
someone
should.
else, if I'm talking to someone else about something, they ask
Right.
me a question, and he's muting me. Okay, he's the one
He's
that's
just
jealous.
tripping.
Okay, you've got to
He's only
get your
tripping.
line straight here. You could use
He's
a
only
straight
triggering.
edge here. Use a straight edge,
He's-
not holding your tongue in a certain position and trying to draw a straight line because you cannot do it.
Yes, I
That's what it
can.
comes down to. He's the one that's jealous if he's going to mute me when I'm talking to someone else. Do you understand that? You don't understand it. I apologize. And when I'm not playing that little game with you. I'm not playing that diplomacy. I don't play diplomacy. You notice I'm terrible at it. I'm terrible at diplomacy. I admit it. I admit I'm bad at it. But you know what? Honor.
Yes.
You
But, so that means you have no balance
you
then,
cannot
because
change
I
honor
mean,
about me. So Richard
you have to
Ganache
play.
is the one that's jealous. And you trying to rephrase this so your friends can back you up. Great. I'm still calling you out for being petty, vindictive, condescending. Okay, I got it. We can move on.
Well, you're gonna have to change your mind on a couple of those things.
You have to prove it. Why don't you try it? Why don't you
I don't
exercise
need
it?
to
Let
prove
me
nothing.
observe it. Oh, it's observable. I'm going back to science. Yeah, let me observe it.
What, am I being
It's not going to
condescending right
happen.
now?
It's not going to happen. Oh,
Am I
God.
being condescending right now?
Right now? No. But before you have
You
been,
see?
yeah. Before you have been, yes.
I
No
think
doubt
everybody
about
gets
it. And
condescending
you
after a
threatened
while,
me.
man.
You've threatened me.
Let's
You
go
have
look at this work.
threatened me. And that is not a nice thing to do to people, especially when I mean you no harm and all for no reason. You threaten me. And so that's cool,
Man,
right?
yeah.
That's cool. No, I don't want to be your friend. I call no one friend. Thank you. Proof right there that I don't want to be anyone's friend. I've done it for over 50 years. Thank you. I like it this way. Sincere, honorable person. Yeah, I'm comfortable. I'm happy. But if y'all want, like I said, be condescending, petty, vindictive people, that's fine. That's fine. It's your right. You win. Again, congratulations.
Condescending means having or showing a
You're
feeling of
talking down to
patronizing.
me. You talk down to me.
No, I don't, man. You're
Listen.
crazy.
I'm gonna in so
Don't
many
talk down
words.
to them.
In so many words. Well, you were cursing, but in so many words, if you talk to her, I'm going to blank, blank, blank.
Yeah, I
you
know.
up.
But that's
a threat.
that's,
You
that's
threaten me.
that's what you're not
And you
understanding.
threaten me.
That is,
Look, I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not trying to
I
get
know,
you to
but
apologize.
listen,
I'm
just bear
saying
with
I
me.
acknowledge that you're
Just
threatening me
stop,
and your petty, condescending friends are
Ronan,
bullies.
relax. When I tell you not to greet her, it's a thing between me and her, showing her that I
I don't care
protect
about
you.
her right now. I'm talking to you.
You're not listening. You're not listening. Can you just stop talking or thinking at the same? Relax. Just relax. Just relax. All right. It's just the trolling mechanism of showing her that watch, baby, I'll protect you. Don't greet her. You are a devil. Hey, don't. It's just joking. I
But
mean,
you only
it's
said it
not.
to me. But you only.
I know because it's funny with you. It's just funny with you. That's
Well,
it.
no, but I'm going to respect what you say. But she's the
Oh,
one that
man,
timed me
yeah.
out. But
Well,
she's
I
the
mean,
one
I
timing me
appreciate-
out. But she's the one timing me out. And you're not going to fix it.
What do you mean? She has never
facts.
timed you out.
Back to facts.
She has never timed you out.
Yes, sir, she did. Yes, sir, she
No, she
did. I
hasn't.
don't lie, Armando Vargas. I use facts in every one of my statements because you know
All right.
what?
Yes,
When
I did,
people look
Bobby,
it
you're
up, they
right.
have to
Yes, I
agree
did.
with me. I am telling the
All
truth.
right.
It's a
She
fact.
timed
She
you out.
timed me out, and she admitted to it.
I admit it. I admit it. I said yes.
She probably timed you out for ignoring her. You should be a lot more careful with who you ignore or greet.
I was not talking to her when I got timed out.
Hey, so I guess she did time you out.
Well, congratulations. Maybe you might admit something now.
Well, I didn't even notice. I didn't
Well,
even
that's
see her
right. You
time
don't
you
have
out.
to believe a word I say, but guess what? Facts are facts and they don't change.
Well, your facts change because there's a lot of things that you don't understand and you state they're facts, but they're not.
Really? Really? After
Yes,
you do
especially
all of
with
those
this, with
searches, after I make a statement, you do all of those searches and can't find a single book, not one single book in I don't know how many, 800,000, I don't know, 800,000. You can't, of course, because I made it up. I
what are you
created it.
talking about
I
now? What are you
imagined
talking
it.
about now?
I'm talking about the now.
Right.
The
No, what are
base,
you
the
talking about?
basis
The
of
fact that I can't
laughter,
find a single
the
book
basis
of
of
what?
laughter is fear. That's a recent example. The
I heard,
basis
right,
of
right. So now let me ask you something. Did you
laughter
create that?
is fear.
Did
Yes,
you create that?
yes, I
Oh, so
created.
you're telling me I've never heard this phrase before. That's
No,
what you're
that's
telling
why you
me?
went looking for a bunch of books to try to prove me wrong, and you
The
didn't
fuck are you
find one.
talking about? I went to
That's
go look
why
for
you
condescending, not
screen
fucking
shared it on
fear,
Mother's
laughter
Argument.
is fear.
You screen shared it. You were looking for a book that proved me wrong, and you did not find it.
Are
on
you
Mother's Argument.
you telling me you created the basis of laughter is fear? Are you fucking
Yes.
serious, old man?
Well, put it this way:
Baby,
you
have you
didn't
heard that
find it.
before?
You
The
didn't
basis
find
of
it.
laughter is fear?
You proved it.
Yes.
You were
All
screen
right, look,
sharing
look,
at
check this
Mother's
out. Check
Argument.
this out.
You were
You see anything?
screen
Have you heard that
sharing at
before?
Mother's
Yes.
Argument.
Everybody, dude, you're regurgitating what the world tells you. What don't you understand about that? What don't you understand about that?
That's impossible. People make up new music all the time, so that cannot be regurgitating
What I'm
what
telling you
someone
is the basis.
said.
Stay on point, man. Stay on point. The basis of laughter is fear. I've heard this shit all my life. You're not the first to ever say that. Understand that? All right?
Then why did you
Make
argue
sure you
with me?
understand
Why
that.
did you argue the point and other people argue that point with me if you knew that already?
What do you mean argue? I'm not arguing with
Why
you. I'm
did no no
letting you
when I
know
first
that you
said
didn't
that,
create that.
when I first said the
No,
basis
we
of laughter
disagree with
is
the
fear,
statement. Not that
you
we
you
disagree
or
with you.
somebody would have said, "Oh yeah, such and such said that." Oh really? Maybe I'm wrong. Let me go check that. But no, that didn't happen.
Dude, listen,
You
listen.
argued.
I'm not
Argued
here.
it.
I'm not here to
You
tell
were
you. I'm not
you
here
or
to show
somebody
you who
you or
said it
somebody.
or who didn't say
Hey,
it.
look, we're
All I'm
dealing with a
telling you,
bunch of bright people here. We're dealing with a bunch of bright
dude.
people.
All I'm telling you, all I'm telling you is that people have said that in the past. You're just a regurgitation of what people said in the past.
Give me
You
examples.
haven't
Give me examples. Three.
an
At
example
least.
of who said that.
Or yeah, or how it's understood, or how it's been
Dude,
practiced,
that's
or
like
how
me.
you observed
That's
it.
like me trying to find. I mean, there's plenty of phrases, man. I mean, come on, man, dude. We've been living here for a long time already. What you're asking for is so fucking stupid and small that you should know that people have
No,
said that before.
no,
For
you're
you to
turning it
think
back
that you
on me now.
created it is fucking stupid.
It's called transference. You're
All
turning
right,
it
look.
back on me.
All right, check
That's what you're
check this
doing.
out. Watch. I'll show you. Okay. I'm not gonna get so deep into it, but look, humor addresses the same issue as fear. Another camp believes that fearful laughter actually represents a denial or fear. These are the same things you're saying. What is a nervous laugh? Phobia.
I only laugh at scary stuff when it's stupid.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Like what you're claiming you're doing is fucking nuts for me. Look, geliophobia is a fear of laughter. You see this? I mean, dude, you think you're brand new on this planet, dog, and
I put it
the problem I
together,
have.
Armando Vargas. I'm putting it together, like creating an equation.
All right, so
I just
right.
created an
But
equation.
so you're creating
I
an
created
equation
it's
from
like
other
I
people's
create.
thoughts, putting it together, and calling it your own. This is malicious, sir.
No,
Yes, it is.
no.
Yes, it is.
Albert
You're taking
Einstein.
credit when what?
Look,
Listen, you're taking credit for other people's
putting
work.
together an equation, like
Dude, that's
Isaac Newton
plagiarism.
did.
I'm sorry.
I'm not saying I'm
I'm
smarter.
sorry. Listen, Ron. All right. Listen. We don't create these words that come out of our mouths. Okay. We just do the best we can on putting them together. I agree with you, but it does not make you the creator of that idea at all.
A lot of people made up things. You're saying that you do not have a computer. That's what you're telling me. You do not have a computer because it was already there way back when Jesus spake. That's impossible, Armando Vargas. People
Look,
create.
the computer in the past was books.
You
All
have a
right.
computer, Armando Vargas.
Listen. Stop. The computer in the past were books. We all know this.
Fast information. Faster
Yeah, fast
information.
information, exactly. You see what I'm saying? So that's it, Ronan. You're not the creator of nothing. We're just walking here.
Somebody developed the idea of computers. Okay, people created something. People
Oh my
keep
God.
creating something.
The computer.
An artist
Listen.
creates a new painting.
Numbers.
Yeah, but they all work under one system, and it's binary. It's binary. I don't.
Creativity.
Big
See,
numbers.
I think you think that Hewlett Packard and Apple are two different computers, and they're not. They both work under binary, kid.
Right. And then
So
what
then
do
what the
you
hell's
do?
your problem?
What do you do?
It's only
What
one
do you
software.
do? What do you do? Based on a simple square, a compass, and a hammer, what can you do? A lot more than a simple hut nowadays.
Now your imagination starts. You see what I'm saying?
That's just
But it does not make you the
I came
creator.
up with the statement that's like a formula, a simple equation that covers all of what you are picking out through your search. I said
No, because what you're making, the statement you're making.
the basis,
No, listen, the statement
basis
you're
of
making.
laughter. The basis of laughter is fear.
That's a lie. It's not all based on fear.
Okay, just write in the basis of laughter is fear, and you're gonna get all these books describing different laughters, the fear of laughter, all of that. But not
Yeah,
one
you're
of them,
saying that all
not
laughter
one
is
of them
based out of
puts it all
fear.
together.
That's
Not
bullshit.
one of them puts it all together in one simple statement. I did.
Because you can't put those two words. You can't put them together because it's not the basis. I mean, not every laughter is based out of fear.
If you look, what is nervous? Is it part of being confident, or is it part of being fearful? Like I said, I just put it together in a simple statement. That's all I did, and I can elaborate on it because I never read those books. But I know in my mind I can figure it out based on that simple statement that I made just now or earlier. That's what and I never read those books. That's what I'm telling you. I put this together and I punched it in there, and I get
All right, Roland, look, this is very simple.
nervous laughter,
This is very
what
simple.
is gerissophobia.
I'm gonna tell you something. Look, there hasn't been nothing that has came out of your mouth that's been brand new in my mind. Never. Not yet. It hasn't happened yet.
Okay, so my writing a song or reciting poetry is not original.
It's original to you.
Well, yeah,
But
but
what
no
you're
one else
telling
put it together.
us,
No one else put it
listen
together.
to what I'm
I
telling
did.
you.
I put those words together. I
That's
expressed
fine.
them
That's
in a
fine.
song.
Listen, let's say for instance, like the bullies in the room, right? Right? It's inspired by us, right?
Well, okay, that's an inspiration, not a creation.
That's fine. That's fine. That's exactly how the Bible works, by the way. But It's inspired by us, right? So when you start spitting out the song,
no, it was my observation of an interaction.
Let's say for instance,
It was.
for instance,
Wait a minute.
bully in the room.
If I was a fellow bully, if I was a fellow bully, I could not have thought about that song.
This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you.
If I was a fellow bully, I could not have thought of that song. I am not a bully.
That's not true.
That is, I had.
So
to
you're telling me bullies aren't creative?
That.
You're telling me bullies aren't creative?
What?
You're telling me bullies aren't creative?
No, you're jumping around now. Look, it was based.
What do you mean?
It was based on observing the interaction, which means I looked at myself in a situation, came up with this model. I call it a model in my mind, and then it just occurred to me, just listen to the bullies in the room, and then I just wrote it within 5 minutes, I guess, and that was it. It just came to mind. A lot of songs are written that way. It's nothing new, but the fact that the song is different, covers a different topic, yes, that's original.
It doesn't. That's a lie. It doesn't cover a different topic. You've been saying this for a very long time. Right?
Like I said, it's my song. I wrote it.
Listen, you can call us bullies all you want. We're not bullies just because you called us bullies. Do you understand that part?
Evidence. I have evidence. You mute me.
I don't care about your evidence. What I'm telling you is that. What I'm telling you is that maybe.
Petty,
listen,
maybe condescending people. They do the same thing.
You can call us many labels. We have many labels.
To it. You even admitted to it.
This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you, Ronan. Ronan, listen. You could give us many labels as we could give you. Okay? You're not. You're not immune.
You're the lies.
You're not immune.
You have no demon. I can't see it, but I was stating facts. The labels
you can say that all you want.
Look, you put false labels on me.
You are a self-proclaiming demon.
Here we go. Here we go.
No, I'm just saying. Look,
we're demon again.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, you call me condescending, so I can call you a condescending demon. Why not?
You're talking down to me, right? So I'm not lying.
Come on, man. That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. Like you got to get off that sensitive trip.
Well, how about if you stop doing it, I would stop saying it.
Well, maybe you guys shouldn't fucking appreciate it so much, and maybe I'll stop saying it. Like you guys seem like you guys like those terms, so it's just funny to me.
You guys. No, I'm another person. I'm an individual.
Like being called a demon.
Like everyone else, each one of us is unique, and I respect those differences. I do.
Then filter the uniqueness and throw away the bullshit, sir. That's what I do with y'all.
No, you don't, because you still allow people to bully me, time me out. You reject me, so that you
rejected you. I don't reject
nothing. But another word to put in that saying, I don't care what I say, I'm not going to change anyway. That's all you're saying. I accept that. Plenty of evidence. Plenty of evidence within hours. You have plenty of evidence within hours again.
Hey, listen. Not all of us are the same people. After a while.
That's right. That's right. That's why I treat you different than I treat someone else. I treat each person equitably.
No, the problem is that you can't put a stamp on people.
Wait a minute. Well, okay, what would you call people who are condescending, bigoted, time me out, mute me, mask me, eject me? What are those bad trolls? Are you want to call them bad trolls?
Nah, I call them a work in progress.
You call them friends. What?
No, look, this is what it is with me. If you exalt yourself, I'll humble you. And if you humbled, you'll get exalted.
What is this? What is exalt yourself? What is that?
When you say you are a creator of listen, when you are a creator, when you say you are a creator of something, and I've seen it before,
it's an original.
That's exalting yourself, and that's when I humble you.
Idea. I am creating something. You don't
create
like a work of art. I create works. I have created works of art. My own works of art. That's creating something.
I disagree. I disagree.
That's impossible. That's impossible because everybody could paint the Mona Lisa right now, and I can't.
Well, the problem is I completely disagree, Ron. For everything you just said, everything.
I know, and you're gonna keep doing
ideas
it. Which is great. I don't mind that. You're gonna just double talk everywhere you want to. But it's your friends that I have issues.
All right, check this out. Check this out. Create a word with its definition. Go ahead, Ronan.
What was that, please?
Give us a word we never heard of with its definition that we can't find. Create something.
Okay, if we go back to the 1920s, the word cosmonaut did not exist.
Okay. Now you just stole that from the 1920s. You see how you
No,
can't create?
I couldn't steal it from it did not exist. The word
Right.
did not exist.
No, you said from the
Cosmonaut
1920s.
or astronaut did not exist. It was created because it had to define something. Like an artist
Listen,
creates something to
an astronaut was created after. Listen. The whole idea of astronaut and astrology, all those bases of the word has its principles, and that's the reason why they're formed like that. You can't form a word. It's all I'm telling you.
I have no reason to form a word. I have words.
So you have so that means your creativity goes away. You're just inspired here.
Creativity comes in putting those words together, like someone writing a song. The common words, but they're just arranged in such a way that they present a story and can be put to music. As the word is melody, they can be put into a melody, and the song hits it big. So we have a million seller, and it's all one word title. Hello. That was Adele, by the way. Hello. It's still a common word, but it's got over 2 billion views.
Like I said, you see how you're inspired and not creative?
No. You're trying to undercut the conversation again.
I got you.
You know, you're not really getting anywhere. You're just typically evasive.
That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't change who you are. I mean, I accept it, but hey, it's not getting anywhere.
You don't have to accept me. Listen, Ronan, you don't know a speck of who I am. You don't have an idea who I am.
Well, but you have an idea who I am?
People here.
Excuse me.
No.
Oh, really? So basically, it's just a conversation.
Really?
It's just a conversation that we developed in our minds based on the characters that we present to each other.
You can place judgments all you want, man. I have many. Dude, I could judge a lot of things.
Facts,
you know,
that
but
your friends, the bullies, basically are rude.
Here we go again. All right, check it out. You know, we're good people here. Every single time somebody jumps up in the chat and they're brand new to us, they're quite fond of you people. Why don't you take their outlook on us instead of making your own?
The hell is?
I really don't know where you're going.
I know because you're not because you're blinded to what I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Listen, I'm telling you. If a brand new person jumps on the chat and they say, "You guys are a bunch of nice people," wow, you can't just say, "No, we're not." They're condescending and they're bullies and they're malicious. Like that's stupid.
Right. They find out soon enough.
There you go.
Really quick.
Yeah, but
and then they leave, Armando Vargas. They leave. They figure it out.
What do you mean? Who the fuck has left that hasn't came back, Ronan? If you've seen the people that I've argued with leave, come back and apologize. Who hasn't come back? Who's left?
Beckel.
Tell me who's left.
Beckel.
Armando, what are you fighting about?
Who the fuck is Beckel? Beckel's been here one time.
Right. He never came back. You said name one person.
So then fuck Beckel.
Okay.
So what the fuck are you talking about? He probably left because of you.
Wait a minute. You asked for an example. I gave you one. Then you tell me that doesn't count.
No, that's a lie because Beckel has never been in the mix with us.
That's what I just
No. Beckel has never been in the mix with us. I met Beckel through somebody else. He's only been on the hangout one time. I don't know Beckel.
But that's what you wanted. That's the information.
No. All right, Ronan. Are you gonna leave? Did Liz Search leave? Did Athena leave? Did Sean leave? You guys claim all these people that left, and everybody comes back.
I leave all the time. The problem is,
right,
that
are they here now? Are they here now?
People push people away instead of.
So you telling me I pushed them away?
It's simple, Armando. You've
No,
been
it's
told how
not
many
simple.
times?
First of all, Liz,
Oh,
Liz,
it is.
listen,
It's
listen, Liz,
extremely
Liz. I'm gonna
simple.
tell you something right
Yes,
now.
it is
I'm gonna tell you
simple.
something right now, Liz. Listen to
No,
what I'm
we're
saying.
telling you
All
something.
you
You're
have
not
done is
listening.
sat there and act like a
You're
little
not
bitch, and
listening.
you have never even
You're not
added
listening.
or taken away from
You're not
nothing
listening.
here. I'm the one that
Listen,
goes and
listen.
promotes.
You didn't like
I'm
it
the one
either,
that tells
right?
people to come in order to sit here with us. You sit there like a fucking like a customer. You are nothing but a customer here, Liz. You get what I'm
No,
saying?
you're not. You're
I'm
not
telling you
fucking
that you
getting the
don't
point
create
here.
nothing.
Okay, you're
You don't
nothing
add
but the
or
fucking
take away
customer.
from
You're the one
nothing
who
here.
fucking asked for me to
I asked
come
you
here.
one time to go promote in Al Jazeera, and you said
I
no.
don't want to
So
get
who
up and
the
fucking
fuck?
have to
So why
yell
the
at
fuck
you.
do you care who's
Okay?
here or who's not?
I'm expecting you to act like an adult here.
No, I'm telling you. Why
Yeah,
don't you
I'm
just sit there
expecting
like a
you
little
to act like
bitch
an
and
adult.
just
Okay?
observe?
Listen, you're
Because you
bickering.
don't help
You're
doing
triggered.
nothing
You're
here.
triggered. You're being a baby.
No, I'm telling you that this is
Being a
my room.
You're being a baby.
This is my room,
Little
and
baby.
I'm the only.
Oh, little baby
I'm the one that goes
Armando.
to tell. Hey, can you
You
guys
want me
come
to
over here?
cradle
Can you
you?
guys come over here? And you're like, why are they leaving? Why are they leaving? Like you're some kind of creator, nigga. You're a customer here.
Yeah, guess what? So are
So then
you.
why don't you sit there like a customer
you.
and enjoy the product?
So are you.
Because obviously you're
Yeah.
not adding
Nobody's
or
enjoying
taking
it.
away,
Nobody's
modifying
enjoying it.
nothing. You're not modifying
We don't
here
enjoy
nothing.
it, Armando. You've been told.
Well, if you don't enjoy it, then leave. That's what Pay Me has been
Yeah,
telling you
that's what
since
we
the
do.
beginning of time.
Is
If
that
you
what you
don't
want?
like it
You wanna
here,
force people in?
leave.
So you asked me to come here to tell me to leave. Is
I
that it?
never. First of all, listen. First, I have
Yeah, you
ejected
did.
you.
Oh,
I have ejected you. I have told you. I have told you to leave, and you
Stutter like
don't
Packy.
leave. I
Stutter
have
like
told you to
Packy.
leave, and you don't leave when you have complaints,
Yeah, well,
and
why
you're
don't
still
you
here,
fucking leave then? Yeah, why don't you fucking leave then?
nigga. Without me, this shit is gone, bro.
What do you mean? You don't have
Shut down this
you
whole
hardly
hangout
ever
right now.
take
Who's
part
gonna
in
create
fucking
another
in the
hangout?
panel.
You guys will be scattered.
How do you fucking like it? Dude, I
I'm
don't
telling
give a
you,
fuck,
nigga.
dude.
I'm telling you,
Listen,
where you
just
gonna go
got shit
back to?
coming at you now. You don't care. I don't
I'm
care.
telling you,
Fuck.
if I shut the whole hangout down, right? If I shut the hangout
Yeah,
down, you
good.
guys will be scattered.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Good.
So then shut the fuck up and sit there like a little bitch,
Good.
nigga.
No,
You're nothing but a
good.
customer
Good.
here, nigga.
Wait a minute.
No, shut the fuck up. You're the
You
fucking
fucking
customer.
pussy.
Shut it down.
Are you sitting there
Do it
talking
then.
to the people?
Hey, do it
The
then.
people
Don't mess me
I've
around.
sat there and try to
Right.
put together,
Come
and
push
your
people
bitch ass is
around?
telling me that
Is that
they're
what you do
leaving.
here?
Yeah, right, man.
Is that what you do here? Is that what you do here?
What do I do here?
You see what? We weren't even listening. You don't listen
No,
to
I
other
wasn't
people?
listening, nigga. We were talking at the same time, you fucking moron.
Yeah, I wonder why that happens. Because
So
you weren't
what,
fucking
bitch?
listening.
Dude, you only stay here as much as I let you stay here.
Moron, bitch. Is this what you
You a
want?
little bitch. I only let you stay here. I
You're
let
a
you
little
stay
bitch.
here.
Listen to this fucking shit.
I
What,
let
you
you
come
stay
here
here,
to
you
fucking
little
abuse
bitch.
people
The
instead?
only reason you're here is because I let you stay
Armando,
here.
how many times have you been
I could
told?
listen. I could
How
shut
many
your
times?
fucking mouth when I want to, and I could ban you when I want to.
Yeah,
The only
and
reason
guess
you're here is
what?
because I
I
let
can
you.
do the same fucking thing. You want to see it?
The only one that bears with you here,
Want to
Liz,
see
is
me fucking
me,
snipe you?
dude.
You think I can't fucking snipe you?
Then do it, you little bitch. You just won't get invited, and you'll be.
There you go. There's a mute for you. Hey,
Go
little
ahead.
bitch,
All
how
you
you
will be
feel?
doing
How's
is
it
begging
feel?
for another link. That's all you're gonna be
Well,
doing.
you want it, right?
We already
Hey,
been here
come on,
before.
go ahead.
We already been here before, sir.
Go ahead.
We already been here before.
Yeah.
So shut
Yeah,
the fuck up, nigga. You want to send in the
someone's out of
YouTube chat
control.
begging for a link?
Who do you think
That's what
it
you want to
is?
do?
Who's out of control here? Who's
Nigga,
out of
I could be
control?
out of control. I could be out of control.
Oh,
It's my hangout.
great.
I could be out of control.
There you go. See? How's it feel? How's it feel?
Well, let's find out how it feels when you're fucking muted there for 15 minutes. All right. Try to mute me now. Try to mute me now. I bet you can't mute me now. Mute me.
The surge, man. Calm down, man.
That's it. You sit there like a little bitch, nigga. Go on YouTube and text all fucking day, nigga. Go post on fucking go be a poster on fucking YouTube all fucking day, you fucking pussy.
Unbelievable.
Complaining about all this fucking bullshit. You sit there like a little bitch, nigga, and enjoy it, nigga.
That's why I came in here, man. Is this guy for real?
Who, Lizard?
Yeah.
No, Lizard thinks that people come over here for him, and no, who the fuck does this fucking nerd think he is, dog?
I was listening to that, man. I said,
no, that pussy left because I hit him. You see, he wants to play games, and now he can't mute me no more because he's hidden. There's no power when you're hidden, sir.
Man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Armando Vargas got removed by unknown. So we might start another one. I don't know. Yep, start another one.
Hey, Dave.